one. Yes, and a very good afternoon to you from the lovely Canteen playing field, Royston John Park, in fact, playing field in fact, recreational ground for the encounter between Dominica and St. Lucia. Of course, we've had an entire morning with no player for. Well, there was lovely sunshine, of course. There were some minor issues regarding the playing area, which had to be attended to. And as a result, we couldn't start on time. But we're here now, and we're going to get a start. The umpires are out, the players are out, and very soon we will see the start of this encounter. Of course, the toss won by Dominica, and they would take first strike. And umpires, of course, umpire Imran George from Carrico and Afran Bayam, the standing umpires. And, of course, the match referee, Mr. Gavin Roberts. And with me, of course, is Weevil Benjamin. And Weevil, has been a pretty nice morning, very humid day. But, of course, not a lot of cricket this morning. Or not any cricket at all this morning.
Good morning. I just want to say good morning to the listening public. Good morning to the viewers as well. And I just want to welcome everyone to the Royston John playing field in Canteen. No cricket for the morning, but I think we in for an exciting evening here this afternoon. With the guys will be eager to go. Based on what we've been seeing so far, the wicket should be a good one. So we expect good cricket from the both sides of the game.
Yes, of course, and the Dominican opening pair of Stephan Pascal, who is the captain, and of course Lucia Charles. Both of them would have been feel very much at home here at the Royston John Park. They would have played the under 19 here. They would have batted together here, and they should be quite familiar with the conditions here. So in for a very good time, and we're about to start. In fact, it would be from the northern end.
Chanel Edwards.
So Edwards coming from the northern end, left arm over the wicket and wrapped on the pad immediately, but they'll be pitching outside the leg stump. It's like the left-hander over the wicket to the right-hander. But a good start, at least challenging the stump, looking to challenge the pad of the batters.
Yeah, so far it has been a good first delivery here by Edwards, getting that one to swing in to Pascal. St. Lucia looks ready to go. They're very energized. They have two slips, a gully, a backward point, mid-on, mid-off, a fine leg, and a deep backward square.
Of course, it was good to see the forward short leg in place. So it's probably a fielding position that has gone out of the game to a certain extent. But he's on his way again to Pascal. Pascal just slides inside the line and allow it to go through to be taken by the wicketkeeper. Noel Leo.
You'll say an excellent wicketkeeper as well. He is one of the contracted Windward and Volcanoes wicketkeeper as well. So you expect to see some good stuff from him today regarding to the glove work and also with the bat as well. Very aggressive.
Of course, as the over progresses, we'll give you the both teams. Of course, Stephan Pascal, captain of Dominica. Jason Alexander, vice captain. Jason Alexander. Lucia Charles, the other opening batsman. As his delivery is left alone again outside the off stump by Pascal, who must be, although he's a pretty young player, but really experienced so far in his career. He played quite a bit of cricket already. Were part of the Volcano setup at one point.
Yeah. And also the West Indies setup as well.
Setup as well, yes.
In regards to the U19.
Yeah.
He's a very good player. Very, very, very correct. But tend to play that wrong shot sometimes. So let's hope that he can back himself, stay composed, and see how best he can capitalize on a good batting surface here today.
So you're saying he's a typical West Indian batsman. Well, here is this time driving and just through the hands of the fielder there at forward short leg. He's not there for that, Weevil. He's not there to take a catch that comes off the middle of the bat like that.
All right, so St. Lucia would have gotten the first run. Pascal move on to 1. And then we have the new batsman on strike.
Lucia Charles.
Lucia Charles.
Left-hander. And of course, to come, still have Alika Atenes. Of course, everyone probably get to see what Atenes can do here. Of course, he's a senior West Indies cricketer now. A guy who has tried the trade for a few years in Grenada here with the Volcano. here for a few years, Ale Cartines, so must be again feel very much Grenadian with the time he has spent here so far in his early development.
But here come Edwards again. Comes into Charles. Good cricket all around. Well bowled, well left alone. Good carry by the pitch.
Yes, of course. Apart from the very first delivery, really haven't challenged the pad like he did with the very first delivery. Maybe if anything, just a little bit too short. But good work by, as I said, the keeper. Does look quite competent, clean glove work.
Definitely, over the last couple of years, he has been a lot of work in terms with the Windward Island Volcanoes, so you expect that sort of pedigree in regards to ability.
Bowl him. Well, I was saying earlier that after the very first delivery, he really hasn't challenged the stumps or the pad anymore. But this time he got through him, the left-hander to the left-handed batsman, a beautiful yorker. And by the time he knew what was happening, the ball crashed into, middle and off, and he's gone.
I would say excellent bowling and also post-shot selection by the batter. He played all around this one. You know, as an opener, you tend to have to stay more compact, especially early in the innings. And I think he would have, played around this one. But nevertheless, not to take credit from the bowler, have been an excellent delivery, and the ball been swinging quite early in this innings.
Yes. Well, Dominica has lost one. They've lost Olivio Charles. Charles gone for no score. One without loss. 1 for 1 now. Yes, it is. And the new batsman coming in, it will be the vice captain Alexander, who is making his way to the crease. Yeah. So after sitting in the pavilion, sitting around all morning, well as an opening batter yourself, you probably will understand what it's like having to wait this long to get out there.
Yeah, most definitely, and especially after lunch, you'll be a little bit fatigued after eating. I mean, all that will have to come into play as an opener. But nevertheless, I know he will go back to the dressing room and have a look and be eager to go in the next innings.
Yes.
Because getting out or not is never a nice sight. But Dominica, 1 for 1, and we hope that they can muster and that Jasian can come out and be positive.
But as I said, we really can't take much away from the delivery itself. It was a wonderful yorker. It was probably, if anything, probably swung in a bit to Lovey, who just had no answer to it. So, of course, Alec Attendance and Kyron Phillip, Edmond Morancy is out. So it's Gillan Tyson. And one will again look forward to seeing Tyson operate here. He's done pretty well so far for the Volcanoes in the regional tournament. And one just get the feeling that you may enjoy the conditions here.
Yeah, most definitely. He's been one of those who've been probably one of the quicker bowlers through the Windward Islands. So I'm excited to see how he comes in with a good surface here this afternoon. How he comes in and running pretty hard. But let's hope we can only see him tomorrow. And we wouldn't see him this afternoon.
Yeah, well, so it's nice to see that there are so many prospect young upcoming cricketers that are on show here, and I think if you're hearing a voice, if you're listening, anyway in Grenada, although Grenada is playing in La Sagesse at the moment, but if you're around this St. George's area, you may well come and have a look in at these young talents on show here today, or for the next 3 days for that matter. And,
So from the GBSSN we have Chico. Excellent first delivery, came in and hit the strap and hit it well.
And just like Edward did earlier, first delivery, bang on target, almost threatening the pad, and Alexander had to come quickly down on it and play it out on the offside. So here he is again, and this time pitched up and lovely shot. Well, I don't think there is a better shot than the on drive. The ball pitched up and just leant into it and just hit the face of the bat and wrist past the bowler and down to the boundary for 4.
Excellent shot by Stephan Pascal. I mean, looking at him over the years, he's very strong. Once it comes in that range, he will definitely, drive you, to the boundary. We want to make sure you keep that temperament, and so far he's looking good. but you'll see, just a warm-up delivery from Chico. He still looks, when we find him in his run-up, he's still looking unsettled. So let's hope he can, give us a better response.
Well, once he's not in the area where he's supposed to be, Pascal going to have something to say about it as he comes in right arm over. And this time, delivery just back over length and turned into the onside by Pascal into the mid-wicket area. The man at close in on the onside had to run back towards the square leg area to do the fielding. And of course, a single or hard. So Pascal moves on. He's on 6. 6 for 1. The score, of course, Lovio Charles, the batsman dismissed so far for a duck. And
Shadrack Alexander here to take the first ball.
So one anticipates it will be a very keen encounter between these two rivals. Said Lucia and Dominica, of course. And and of course they both are French patois
speaking countries.
2 countries, yes. While the 2 English-speaking countries are locked in Lasages.
Between St. Vincent and
yes, and
Grenada.
2 closest neighbors also.
So ladies and gentlemen, we're here at the Right St. John playing field, and St. Lucia with 3 slips, a gully, a backward point, a short cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep fine leg.
And good delivery again, pitched up and solid forward defensive shot. Of course, it's a 3-day encounter. There is no need to
sloppy.
Really sloppy, really giving away an extra run. In fact, 4. So 5 to the total. So it went away to the boundary. So extras. Really.
Yeah, that was very sloppy by Tariq Edwards.
Yeah. So 5 more to the batsman. He wouldn't mind that at all.
No, not at all. That's a wonderful way to get off the mark. I mean, he would have been under pressure, and he got off the mark with a boundary, and from there he shouldn't look back. He should at least try to be as confident as possible, and at least back himself.
And this will push the total up towards 11. 11 for 1. And no bowler like that type of thing because it goes against your analysis. Yeah. Oh, again sloppy, but this time cut off there. And the batsman looking to capitalize but couldn't go through. So 11 for 1.
After the second over.
Yeah. Despite the loss of the wicket, of course, there were extras in there. There were overthrows in there. But despite that, it's St. Lucia, Dominica can say that it has been a steady enough start.
So we have Edwards again to continue from the northern end of the pass, yeah?
He would have tasted success rather early in his first over. And will probably want some more, but it's such beautiful conditions out there. Well, you would have batted here umpteen times, and you would have had great successes here too. So you would know the type of conditions very well. Tantin, it's always been a place where very batter friendly.
Yeah, definitely. It's a ground, once you get set, you can go on to score big runs here. But, the wickets, so far probably a lot of cricket hasn't been played here. So you don't know, in regards to in terms of the preparation and how much has been done. But so far the bowlers look to be the one, hitting the strap and hitting them well. Yes,
In the very recent past, the games we've seen here so far, we've seen pretty good conditions, good carry, good bounce. So the batsmen are able to really express themselves. Yeah. Good line again by Edwards. Edwards just outside the off stump, really probing, tempting line, and the batsman Alexander just shoulders arm and just allow it to go through to the keeper.
And that's what you want to see from that level of cricket, a little bit of consistency by the bowlers, being able to come in and just hitting that off-stump length, trying to be consistent. And here comes Edwards again.
So punched down the ground. Nice shot, but almost straight to the fielder at mid-on, who did a pretty good job coming across to his left and knocking it down. No run can be had.
It was an excellent stop there by Shadrack Descarte. I mean, he's a top cricketer, one of the leading, fielder within the Windward Island. So, those sort of fielding, you expect him to capitalize and, make the men's of it.
Of course, the man in the screen, umpire Imran George from the style of Kariku. And umpire Bahamas Quelleg. Wide down the leg side, very good take down the leg side by the keeper again. Well, just Leo diving away down the leg side, having to a pretty wayward one there this time by Edward.
Edward is getting it to swing, and a swing a little bit late. So what he needs to do is probably just put it a little wider of the batsman, probably outside the off stump, so you can get it in the back and probably hit the middle and off. Because he's coming in good. There's good pace in the wicket, good carry. Alexander seems to be set for the challenge as well. Anything Lucy will be aggressive.
Again down the leg side. And wait for the signal by the umpire. Buys, says umpire George. So nothing on that. And the keeper really did well to get a glove to it, in fact, diving away to his left-hand side.
Most definitely. You expect those sort of standard from a Windward Island player. Being consistent is one of the most important things you will expect from that level. But Edwards seems to be 2 deliveries down the leg side. But let's see how he can, bounce back and come in and hit that strap hard.
12 for 1. And this time back in the area where he would want to be, where he should be. And again, Alexander just allowing it to, in fact it was Pascal who allowed it to go through to the keeper to bring the signal the end of another over.
So far the score will be 12 for 1 after the third over. So far Dominica, evenly points contest. Excellent day for cricket. You shouldn't ask for anything in regards to weather. You cannot get better weather than this, what we expect right now. It's very, very hot here at the Rice St. George playing field. Very humid as well.
Yes. Chico moves in again from the GBSS end. Goes in. He has gone by Wavell. Don't know if you knew that, but of course you'd have heard about the key universal end.
Yeah, it's something that you'd have heard a lot about.
Yes.
Growing up as a youngster,
yes,
especially playing cricket right here at the Rice St. George playing field.
Of course, yeah. Of course, key universal is no more GBSS, and of course the 2 compounds there, GBSS and the TAMCC, the T. Marisho Community College. Of course, T. Marisho, a name which is known throughout the Windward. Yeah. This is my delivery again. Just slanting down the leg side and coming off the pad and going through to the wicketkeeper. And there is no run. So the score remained on 12. 12 for 1. The batsman gone. That of Louvier Charles, the left-handed opener, who was spectacularly bowled, yacked by Edward for no score.
But so far, what I must say, I'm impressed with Chico in regards to his approach to the wicket. He's very strong, chest upright. He just needs to be more consistent in terms of his line and length. And so far, the batting side as well, holding that right temperament. But here comes Chico again.
Of course, it's always refreshing, well to see players out there in all white, with so many tournaments of the shorter version where colors are very much the order of the day to see players sometimes like that in all white. Is so refreshing at that level, especially locally these days.
Yeah, most definitely. The whiter format of cricket, is always better for cricket, especially for us in the Caribbean. I mean, it's something that we need, and it's something that we want to take West Indies cricket forward.
Are you saying, River, that it's better for us? Well, I don't know.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, the whiter format of the game is always better for us in terms of the temperament, learning the basics of the game.
Well, I will agree with you.
If you want to do the basics, you have to play a longer format.
I will agree with you.
Because when you look at across the world and what is happening in shorter format, a lot of unorthodox players, a lot of once you hit the ball over the boundary, right. Doesn't matter the temperament, doesn't matter your style.
Well, it's good to hear a young man say that, yeah. Because nowadays the youngsters gravitate towards the shorter format of the game. Of course, it's more lucrative.
And financially beneficial as well.
Correct. But there is Chico again, on his way to goal two. That's Alexander again. Just picks up the line. Good bounce, good carry again. Doesn't have to play at that, of course. He has 3 days to play on it.
Yeah, definitely. 3 days. And you might seem like a long time, but in regards to the nature of cricket, it's a long time to bat, And you want to see the best cricket play here. You want to see guys come out and back themselves and back their ability. For Windwards cricket. Because you want them to do well. You want everyone to come out and perform. Make the selector's job hard. Make the selector's job difficult. And so far, Alexander is looking very composed. Very compact.
See, lovely rhythmic action comes up on balls and. This time, just back of a length again, and Alexander up to his full height and elbow high and plays it down in front of him safely. And there is no run, so he brings up the end of another over. At the end of it, 12 for 1 it remains. So that was a maiden ball there by Chico. And the fielders change around. I think nowadays, although it's getting a little bit cooler. I don't know if you feel it. It's a little bit cooler than it was earlier on this morning.
Yep. Yeah, as the evening, the descent, you expect, the sun to probably go down a little and a little bit of wind should be blowing across the field. Yes. But so far, it's an excellent day for cricket. St. Lucia, is very attacking. They have 2 slips, a gully, a backward point, an extra cover, a mid-on, a fine leg, and a short square leg.
Looking at the trees around, as we look around towards the roadside, there's just a few flags hanging on a building there that you can probably take a cue from. As to the wind, seems to be blowing from southeast towards northwest, towards the west.
Yeah, so it's going across the field.
Yes.
So you will expect probably that's the reason the bowler is getting it to drift so much down the leg side.
Correct. And probably just running into that breeze and. Yeah.
But so far, a good game of cricket. The both bowlers for St. Lucia is looking very, very much, consistent.
Oh, again wrapped on the pad. But not out, again going down the leg side. Of course, that's what we were talking about. More often than not, the breeze coming across will be, ball will be slanting a bit down the leg side. And of course, he's a lefty too, Wavel. He's bowling left arm over the wicket to the right-hander.
Yes.
So you will really have to get that ball to come back into the right-hander more often than not, or he'll be pitching probably just outside the leg stump.
And a good decision there by the umpire.
Of course, umpire George.
Very much one of the better umpires in Grenada. Probably one of the top umpires within the Windward Islands as well. Yeah. He's no stranger to the game.
Not at all. Yeah.
But so far, we have a good game of cricket. Pascal is on strike. Oh, what a shot. Lifted over mid-wicket for a wonderful shot. Badly line delivery, pitching on leg stump, and Pascal had no invitation to put it away to the boundary.
Yeah, well, he's known for that. When you feed him on that type of thing, we'll feast on it for the entire day. And a clean hitter, a clean striker of the ball, and that was a clean strike. Just probably over pitching a bit, probably a bit getting carried away. It was by the fact that he did hit him on the pad earlier on, and probably overcompensated on this occasion by pitching the ball too far, too close to Pascal. And Pascal just hit it over a wide mid-wicket area. Between mid-wicket and mid-on, he raced away to the boundary for 4. And one thing we can say, well, you would know that in terms of value for short here at the Roy St. John playing field, very, very quick outfield. And once it be the infield, you know it will go away for 4 more often than not.
Yeah, most consistently. I mean, must give credit to the ground staff as well. I mean, it's very green and it's very nice. The outfield is tremendous. I mean, so once you play, you know, shot correctly, you should get value for money.
So here is Edward again to Pascal. Pascal drives up through mid-off this time. And almost holding the pose and saying, well, where are the cameramen? Take the picture and just simply stroke it nicely. Almost the opposite to what we saw earlier. One on the onside and now one on the offside.
Yeah, excellent. You know, you don't take anything away from Pascal. Pascal has been dominating the Windwards youth cricket for a number of years. You know, captain the under 15 and under 19 Windward Island team. And you know he will play shots. He just had some recent stint for the Windward Island Volcanoes and he was very good. You know, he always got stats. He just didn't go on to score the big figures. So what we can hope he can do to transition and get in the big scores. Because he always gets a start, he will always perform, you know, get off with some good looking shots. But will he able to carry on to go on and to score the big figures? Yes.
He's on 14, 20 for 1. And so far we've seen 3 magnificent boundaries from him. But you want him to do that over a long period. And this time, well played again, a delivery. This time bang on target and this time not as close, not over pitched in any way. And Pascal just got into line and pushes it up on the onside, firmly up on the onside. And one can easily see how well he's timing the ball.
Yeah, definitely. But you must commend the bowler for a wonderful comeback as well. You know, he thought really hard about the delivery, and this one would have pitching just on middle stump, closer to the batsman, and not giving him too much room to play any shot.
Right. Oh, here Edwards come again from the homemade bakery and again full toss this time. But I was asking to be hit, and Pascal didn't go across it. He goes straight back over the head of the bowler, and in one of the safest territory, and down to the boundary for 4. Take the total under 24 for 1 at the end of that over.
Yeah, Pascal would have gotten at least 12 runs in that over. I mean, you want to make sure, you know, as a bowler, you don't try to concede. But you know, you don't take nothing away from Pascal as well. He's looking good, he's looking dominant, he's confident, and we want to see good cricket, and that was a good cricket shot.
Yeah, to take him on to 18. Alexander is on 1, and you say 24 for 1, and probably St. Lucia would want to ensure that they probably restrict the scoring of the Dominicans.
So far the partnership moves on to 23 in a quick time. So you're looking for St. Lucia to at least build some pressure.
Yes, at least 1 wicket has already fallen. Probably that just balanced things out a bit. Good delivery down the leg side. There's a loud appeal for a cut. And he's out. He's given out. Well, it was a delivery going down the leg side. He did make some height. And probably just clipping the glove on the way. See the batsman, of course, just looking. Let's look at it. He said, did come up. Probably, he didn't look anxious in any way. Just went back to practice the shot.
Well,
and or something. Let's look at it again. We probably will see better now. Well, rather unfortunate he was there because it was a delivery that seemed to come just off the tie and taken by the keeper. But sorry, youngster, you have to go.
Umpire decision is always final.
That's one of the things that you have no control over, of course. There is no DRS there. So he goes, rather unfortunately, as he said, and the vice captain that has to go. So he goes for 1, and more success for St. Lucia, regardless of how it comes. But this brings probably the man Atenez to the crease, and one really would like to see how he goes. One would really, I think, as far as St. Lucia will concern, they would want to see his back pretty quickly. I think for the game itself, you would want these players to really show you what they're made of. the talent that he possessed.
Most definitely. I mean, Alec is a West Indies player, and to have those sort of talent here playing in those tournaments, will only test the best of the bowlers, and we bring that level of experience here to the Dominica team.
Indeed. So he'll come out to join Pascal, probably the two most celebrated, two most accomplished of the Dominica players. It is always sad, very well to see, batters going in that fashion.
Yeah, as a batter myself, I mean, I would have been a little bit disappointed because, he did nothing wrong until up to that time, But that's a game, of glorious uncertainties. But here it comes to Alec Atenes.
Delivery. Just on about the off stump. Atenes just plays it up on the offside. Yes, goes for a little shuffle of the feet, just get the feet moving and stuff and so on.
Yeah, that's customary with Alec. Yeah. He always, have to try to get that foot moving, especially when he's new to the crease. And always, play with that gloves. That's customary. People will say it's superstition, but, as a cricketer, you must have those sort of aspects that will keep you concentrated.
And of course, batters always have some kind of histrionic that they, something. Remember Chandapal, pulling, through the offside it goes for 4. Well, you can call it even before it gets to the boundary. Over pitch outside the off stump and an extra cover drive. Through just past the hand of Madoff. The fielder at Madoff came across. He was at the widest Madoff, but it was too well struck, too well placed. And Atenes is off the mark. He's on 4, 28 for 2.
Yeah, great shot by Alec. I mean, he comes in. He's not a guy to take too long to get settled in. And he's always, a top player. He's one of our pros. And, when you have a pros, you have to bowl a certain standard. Otherwise, he will dispatch you. He's that kind of player. I mean, so let's see how Chico, can respond, to a lovely cover drive.
Chico was the same boy. That's a big scalp. You would like to have that under his, as part of his CV in the cricket, if you want to call it that. The wicket of Atenes by your name.
Yeah, definitely. And as a bowler, the bigger the batsman, the more accomplished you feel,
Yes, indeed.
Any bowler at that level, would like to get a wicket of Alec Atenes, to put on the belt.
Yes.
It's like getting a medal when you're like getting a gold medal in the Olympics, if you get a man like Alec Atenes.
Of course, when he walks to the crease, it brings something out of you, out of maybe a little bit more effort out of you.
Yeah, because once he can take a game away from you in less than no time. That's the kind of player he is.
Yes.
So you want to make sure you as a bowler, you make the right decision and you try to do it as consistently as possible.
Goes in our wrong the wicket to Atenes. Atenes plays it up on the onside, and the bowler comes across and does the fielding. And it's no addition to the total. 28 for 2. Atenes is on 4, Pascal is on 18. And he's spent quite a bit of time at the on-striker's end so far, Pascal.
Well, you can see, based on his posture and his body posture, you can see his focus. He's ready to go. But Chico is coming in again.
He comes in to bowl to Atenes. Atenes gets one again, which is very compact, right in line, in behind the line of the ball, playing it right underneath the eyes, as we see. Plays it back up on the offside, and there is no run. So that brings the end of another over, the end of it. Dominica, they're at 28 for 2. Of course, we say good afternoon to you folks in Dominica. Of course, good friend Thomas Kentish. Guess he might be following. And for the guys who are following the broadcast out there in Dominica. Just it's good weather up there too, I would think. Yeah.
So we have Edwards again to bowl his 4th over to Stephan Pascal.
Pascal gets one tight around the off stump. and just get him behind it and plays it up on the offside to fill that extra cover. Does the fielding, and there is no run. Of course, the Roy St. John playing field way well. And one of probably the most iconic venue in terms of playing fields in Grenada.
Yeah, it's up there in regards to different playing fields. When you look at the different playing fields across the island, you'll see the Roy St. John playing field, the Lafayette playing field, and Port West Park. But in regards to cricket, the Roy St. John playing field would have more history in regards to cricket.
That's correct. Yes. And of course, probably, Edward is coming from the end. Probably, I would say you love the most. Of course, the homemade bakery, and it's a place anyone who would have come to, have been around the Tantin playing field would have at some point visited the homemade bakery.
Yeah, it's one of the most, you can say, signature bakery here on the island. But today is Sunday, so there's no baking on Sunday. But nevertheless, Edwards again into Pascal.
Yes, again, Edwards this time just finding his mojo, keep it tight around the off stump, and Pascal could do no more than to push it up on the offside. As the two batters just have a quick word, probably. Athens just giving him some further encouragement.
Yeah, most definitely. That's what you want to see, in that level of cricket. In regards to the format as well, you want to see guys with patience. You want to see guys with temperament. We want to see guys building their ability to go on to represent the West Indies. So you want to do the fundamentals and the basic as right as possible, as correct as possible, and as consistent as possible.
Oh, and another. Just can't afford to be up there to Pascal. And another free-flowing drive past the bowler, and pass made off. And it hurried away to the boundary straight, almost pipeline straight down to the boundary for 4.
Excellent batting by the youngster. Very consistent. That's what, about 3-4 drives he played, similar fashion, not taking any chances, just waiting on the right delivery. And he looks to be set and look to want to score a big something today.
Yes. Well, he's gone on to 22. He got the start so far. And of course, probably you could tell us probably what was your favorite savoury? Pastry from.
Yeah, well, I like the cheese roll. They had a very good cheese roll.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a very good control as well. But nevertheless, the foreigners, in terms of the cricketers, wouldn't be able to try today. Yeah. Hopefully, we can get them a bite.
Tomorrow,
some delicacy tomorrow.
Tomorrow, please God, yes. I guess most of them too would have been there at some point. Some of them were here already, would have played cricket in Tantin. Yeah.
Yeah, when the franchise was here a couple of years ago, a lot of the games, were playing at Tantin, and most of the guys are familiar with that ground.
Yeah.
Pascal might be one. He was here in the under-19 tournament.
Yes.
He dominated, so he should be more favor with the ground.
Yeah. Delivery outside the off stump, and it's a long way to go through again, Pascal. So looking really deep in concentration. That's what you want. And he remains on 22, 32 for 2. Steady start, as I said. So it's a different decent rate, scoring just above 4.5 runs and over.
Yeah, excellent batting by the Dominica. Although they lost 2 wickets, but the scoring rate is very consistent. And you can say for that level of format, that format is quick scoring.
That's delivery again outside the off stump. And at some point we'll be able to speak more about the ambience here, well. Of course, the key universe, the bakery, as you see in the background, it's not as visible as it used to be, since a huge mango tree has grown up and has obscured the view of the bakery quite a bit over time, over the years.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, over the years, the mango tree would have grown. But I think because of the richness of the soil of the Roy St. John playing field, that should tell you how good the soil is here. You can able to muster a mango tree in the middle of nowhere.
Of course, it's with Carnival around the corner. Of course, one can see the pan ready to move. Of course, the pan house of the one of the most famous steel bands in Grenada also. We'll talk about that in a bit, as here again is Chico outside the off stump, and Atenes looking to drive, but not really getting hold of it. And the ball just trickling up towards the fielder at the cover, the extra cover area.
But so far, the wicket seems to be, very, very, consistent. I mean, the wicket has been, you are allowed to play your shots. So that's a good sign for batters. I mean, you haven't seen one probably keep a little bit low as yet.
Yeah. And for what we've seen from Tantin lately, it's very unlikely most of the time. It's had played pretty well throughout previous tournaments that we had here in recent time. And a nice little turn on the onside through the mid-wicket area by Atenes, picks up another single, so taking on to 5, 33 for 2. Just allowing the ball to come onto him and turn it away around this through the square leg area towards backward square, and picks up an easy single. So,
but a couple of years ago, Rice St. John playing field was one of the fastest wicket Grenada ever had. And that's one of the sides you see. Over the years, probably the wicket would have depreciated a little.
Yes.
But growing up as a youngster following cricket, I mean, the fastest set of delivery I ever saw watching cricket was here at the Rice St. John playing field. I'm not too sure what would have happened over the years.
Yeah.
But certainly, if work has been given to here, that can live up to expectation once more.
I can give you part of the answer. 33 for 2. As delivery again pitched up to Pascal, and Pascal looking to drive past the offside field. This time a well-populated field, offside field on this occasion. There's a cover, squarish, extra cover, a very wide extra cover, and of course a mid-off. So certainly knowing the ability of Pascal to hit the ball through the offside.
So what Chico is doing, you can see Chico have a clear plan. Because if you look at the short extra cover, it's very much shorter than normal. So you can see Chico is working with a plan. I'm not too sure if Pascal, would have understand what is happening.
So here's Chico again. Passes the umpire. And delivery pitched up on the pad and flicked away to the onside. Well, that will probably not get to the boundary, but they will get at least 2. They go on for 1, they come back for the second, and the dive being put in there. I'm not sure if it was necessary, but 3 runs, neat shot of the pad. They pitched up on the pad and just tucking it into the onside towards a wideish mid wicket and picking up 3.
Yeah, definitely. Once you play, short, say you will get value for money. I mean, it wasn't hit well, but you could have seen the good quality of the outfield, where the ball would have raced away, and was able to, get 3 runs, which would bring Alec Atenes on strike to face Chico.
Yeah. And 3 runs in nowadays has become something of a luxury. You get about it too often with. I don't know if it's the fact that probably some of the fields are a lot smaller than they used to be, not the same distance as they used to be. Because you would remember too, Tantin, when probably the boundaries would have been much closer to us here.
Yeah, much, much bigger. That was one of the bigger boundaries as well,
Yeah.
when you follow Grenadian cricket.
Yes.
But over the years, the boundary have decreased. I think because of, how the game would have evolved.
Yes.
I mean, you will expect, what is happening in the international market, that, you will, gravitate to the local cricket as well.
I also think it's retro-fixed for the shorter version. Pulls Atenes in the air, but we'll just clear the field and run away towards the boundary for 4. So a shot he didn't quite get hold of, I don't think he did. Probably the ball hitting more the bottom or the lower part of the bat as he's inspecting the bat there at the moment. But managed to clear the field at mid-wicket, and it went away towards a wideish mid-on down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, great shot there by Alec Atenes. I mean, he would have picked the length very early and got in position, but he probably didn't hit it as well as he wanted to. But, value for money.
Yes, so he's moved on. He's on 9, 40 for 2. And I want to answer the question, Webel, about the pace. You talk about how quick Tantin was. I want to believe that in those days they were really fast bowlers who could have exploited that. Just not seem to be producing that type of bowlers who was bowled that quickly as those in the past.
Well, that is debatable. I mean, you're looking at cricket nowadays, I mean, you know, the systematic stuff that is happening now in regards to the speedometer and so on. I'm not too sure how accurate that was in 1965. No, but I think, you know, that is debatable when you look at the whole aspect of it. But then we have a new bowler from the bakery end. We have Shadrack Descarte.
Descarte, yeah.
He's a season campaigner. He's also a Volcanoes contracted player as well. He also plays for the St. Lucia Kings.
So he comes in right arm over from the bakery end to Pascal. Delivery pitched up, and Pascal just opening the face of the bat and steering it out towards the backward point. I feel that squarish cover does the fielding, and there is short square cover almost not quite a gully, but
You
it's
see a
in the
fly
gully
slip.
area. Yes.
What I can tell you about Shadrack, he's very skiddy.
Yeah. On the pad and bit of midfield there, and a single stolen by Pascal there. Very straightforward bit of fielding, which wasn't pulled off, and this adds another single to the total. So it takes Pascal on to 26, 41 for 2. Atenes, who's on 9, comes back into strike. And Dominica keep marching on. There's lost 2 wickets. Probably would have preferred to be 40 without loss. St. Lucia probably would feel that they have shed so far the honours by picking up 2 wickets.
Yeah, most definitely, most definitely. So far, you know, the cricket is quietly poised. Both teams are doing pretty well, you know, in regards to the conditions and what is happening. I mean, I think if Dominica would have couldn't ask for a better start in regards to the condition, and also St. Lucia couldn't ask for a better start as well in regards to the bowling department. You know, but Shadrack is one who have a history of getting breakthrough. You can see him on the Volcanoes level and the regional level as well. You know, whenever the skipper would have given him the ball, he will always come in and get a breakthrough.
Yes.
So let's hope, you know, that Alec Atenes and Stephan Pascal can go ahead and continue to be positive.
Oh, wow. Wild swish outside the off stump by Atenes, and that's what we are talking about. We will.
Yeah, poor shot there by Alec Atenes. You'll expect, you know, someone at that magnitude should be able to at least, you know, keep his temperament and keep his composure, and to be able to weather the storm. You know, he knows Shadrack very well in regards to the play for the Windward and Volcanoes together. So I think he probably, you know, have a contest or a point to prove with each other, you know. But let's see what happens. Shadrack comes in again.
Wrapped on the pad again, and not out, says the umpire. Looking to whip that into the onside. Tunis probably not looking very settled, you know. So yes, Pascal just call him down to have a little discussion, because probably the concentration just not quite on. This over here has looked rather unsettled.
Yeah, and that's what Descarte does. You know, when he comes in, tends to, you know, unsettle the batsman, you know, because of his quality, and he's very, very off pace.
Another good delivery just on the off stump, of course, keeping the pressure on Atenes. Yeah. Atenes just coming forward and playing it gently out into the offside. Of course, I walked along the ground. What it feels like down there, it does feel like what, like 40 here, 40 degrees here. I guess it might be a bit cooler down at ground level.
So the over has come to an end. 41 for 2. After the 9th over.
Of course, Alec Atenes built probably not as bulky as Devon Smith, but from a West Indies, Grenada, Windward and West Indies cricketer, Devon Smith. was himself in an opening batsman. Maybe just about the same height with Atanez, or Atanez might be a little bit taller than him.
I think just about the same height. I mean, they both, relish one another. They're very good friends as well.
Yes.
I remember when, Alec used to be here in Grenada. Devon Smith, used to be up in the country a lot,
Yes.
visiting Devon Smith and so on.
Yes.
I
Just learned that thing or two from Devon. Because in the air and out. Well, what can you say about that? That was soft.
That was soft. And we spoke about it in the beginning of the innings. He's very good in getting there. He will get started. And after he gets started, he will play those sort of rational shots that will get him out.
And one can see the trap was set from earlier on, as you were saying earlier. The players put in that area, especially for that type of shot. And he fell into the trap and must be very, very disappointed with himself. And one can see the glee on this St. Lucian cricketer's face. That's a big wicket.
Stephan Pascal goes for 26. Excellent bowling by Chico. Very well orchestrated. Philo set. Stephan Pascal hitting straight to mid-on.
And this brings Fontaine to the crease. As you know, Fontaine, of course, another youngster in which much is expected. Does have some talent also, but as far as the Dominicans are concerned, probably losing wicket too quickly. Very similar situation to when we last heard from last suggest. Grenada was struggling a bit. It was 70-something, 79 for 4. I don't know where they are now. I think they're being played simultaneously. Pascal must be a very disappointed man, but again, he have himself to be blamed. I don't know, Wavell, if you think if the wicket might just a bit too paced, and he seemed to be into the shot very, very early and not finding the ball or not finding the pace that he wanted.
Well, when you look at the field placing in regards to what St. Lucia was doing, they had an extra cover almost not 70 yards away from the boundary. So you could see it was a clear plan in regard to what they wanted to do. So I think, the bowler would have been, working on the slower delivery and also bowling those cutters.
Yeah.
So this one would have been a cutter. That's the reason he didn't get it as much as possible. Because he played full fluent drive before, but not to Chico, to Edwards.
Yeah. And I believe that the length just wasn't there, and probably just got fooled in length. But I don't know, St. Lucia would be happy.
So here we have Chico again to Fontaine.
This time, again, just excitement, but ball coming off the middle of the bat. Fontaine coming onto the front foot and playing it up towards mid-on.
St. Lucia will seem that they are on top of the game in regards to the field placement. They have 3 slips a goalie, a backward point, short extra cover, and a mid-on.
Yes,
also a deep fine leg.
Yeah, certainly have attacked they are attacking the Dominican batsmen. This time outside the off stump. Probably a little bit disappointed that he didn't quite make him play this time. And the ball going through to be taken by the wicket keeper.
And if you look at the mid-off, he's very, very much close. He's like between cover and mid-off.
Yeah.
So there seems to be a clear plan what they trying to imply.
At one point he did seem quite unorthodox. There was a very short extra cover and a deeper extra cover. But again, we have seen, one remembers in the under-19 tournament with Pascal here, one remember him getting out on a few occasions, hitting the ball in the air on the offside like this. Lobbing it up on the offside. History always seems to repeat itself, they say. And Fontaine is forward defensive. And one of the better overs though we've seen from Chico.
Yeah, definitely, he remained consistent. He keep coming in, and that's his 4th over, and he still remain. The pace remain up. So that means he did a lot of work in regards to coming into the tournament. Yes. So far, he's been one of the quicker bowlers. He looks good, chest up, and run up seems to be as fluent as possible.
Well, this makes the wicket of Alec Atenes even more vital for the Dominicans. Oh, a lovely delivery. Yorker length and Fontaine hurriedly down onto it and manages to dig it out towards the fielder. Made off and there's no run.
Well played by the youngster. You can't discredit him for that. That was an excellent delivery, wicket-taking delivery, and have been the one to maneuver and survive. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're here at the Rice St. John playing field. Excellent day of cricket. We have St. Lucia taking on Dominica in the 3-day Windward Island tournament.
Chico just retrieved the ball and walking back towards his mark. And soon will be going past umpire by him. He moves in right arm over the wicket. Delivery is short of a length down, going down the leg side. And just a little bit disgusted with himself for spreading the ball down the leg side. Probably wanting to ensure that the batsmen remain under pressure, remain that they play as much delivery as they possibly can. So when it comes to the end of these over, whether we'll see him again for another one, it's left to be seen. But the end of it is 41 for 3. Fontaine is on naught, Atenes is on 9. And, see, rather still there, virtually no breeze at all blowing. And you can see how still the trees are around her.
Most definitely, you'd have expected, a little bit of breeze today regarding to how hot it is. But here comes Descarte again to Alec Atenes.
Atenes drives beautifully through the offside. The fielder Madoff comes across and knocks it down and prevents, probably saved 3 runs for his team there.
Excellent fielding there.
Excellent fielding by the fielder Madoff. And Atenes got one, take him into double figures. It brings Fontaine back on strike.
But you can see St. Lucia have a clear plan in regards to how they're going to bowl against Alec Atenes. They will allow him to play his shots and hope that he doesn't get one as correctly as he expected to. But the offside field is packed, and Descarte is literally allowing him to play his shots.
Next time the camera takes us there, we will probably. I guess you're good at geography. You'll be able to probably tell me the type of. There's some thick clouds, rather puffy clouds, and just ahead of us, just on top of us. Maybe you'll be able to explain to me and tell us what type of clouds we're looking at there. Dark clouds. He doesn't want to part of it. Anyway.
When it comes to clothes, you expect anything from me when that is concerned.
Yeah, he's had a delivery outside the off stump and taken by the wicketkeeper, and there's no runs. I don't know. Our producer, Mikey probably may know whether he may tell us it's cumulus or autocumulus or cirrus or nimbostratus. I don't know. All I know is, when I see clouds like that, one say we expect rain.
But in that 21st century, we just have to take a photo, probably throw it in ChatGPT, and we definitely get information in less than no time.
I think we can. Pitched up again and driven up on the offside towards Madoff by Fontaine, and there is no run.
So far, easily points game. Shadrack Descarte looks very much in control. Young Fontaine as well. He just came from the regional under-19 tournament. So you expect to see, some form of seniority from him.
Yes.
You expect to see some form of, composed shot selection. And so far, he looks very, very good. Plays onto the mid-off for no run. And so far, Shadrack is bowling them, getting them in there quick as possible as well.
What we've seen so far, though, is very good defense when they're on the defense, but it's when they look to go into attack sometimes that the errors are induced. And again, a delivery. Again, just around the paddy and flick nicely. Good timing. You could see the flick of the wrist to walk it through the onside and he gone and crossed for 2 to take him off the mark. So he's off the mark with 2. Atenes is still on 10. Extras 5. 44 for 3. St. Lucia batting first against Dominica. Of course, the toss was won by Dominica, and they choose to bat.
So far, yeah, it has been a good decision in regards to, looking at the condition. When you get those sort of lovely conditions, you tend to want to bat and weigh down the fielding team, so that when later on in the day or tomorrow, probably they will be a little bit tired.
Yes.
Using the sort of psychological system in the game. But so far, Chico is still coming in. He's into his 6th over.
Moves in right him over. Tall, slim, medium fast bowler. Has have a nice consistent run up to the pitch. Quite rhythmical. Doesn't seem to be one who tried too many things. Just get it there and thereabout.
And that's what's impressive, seeing him come. This is his 6th over, and he still comes in, with the same, posture, same speed, same consistency, trying to hit the top of off stump. And that's what you want in West Indies cricket right now in regards to, being consistent. So you must give him credit, but let's see what happens there.
We cut away through the offside, and I believe with a misfield that will run close to or probably into the boundary. Yes, it does. So as I said, we normally get good result for stroke play. So it was a delivery just on our body off stump, pretty tight on the off stump, but Atenes was able to get behind and on top of it and just probably open the face of the bat and guide it through the backward point area. The fielder, I thought, probably got a little hand onto it, but couldn't prevent it from going away towards the boundary for 4.
Yeah, it takes nothing away from Alec Atenex. I think it would have been a good shot, good calculated shot as well, well placed. And the fielder would have tried his best. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to get a bigger hand onto it. But nevertheless, Alec Atenex goes on to 14, and the partnership moves on to 7. And here comes Chico again.
And flicked away to the onside. Chase around the boundary, and did it go for 4? Well, we'll have to see, because they did make a hash of it there. One fielder came around, the other came around, and there was a little fumble. The ball got away from them. It went pretty close to the boundary, and it remains that way midway through the over. So 2 runs. Or 3, they got 3 to Atenes, yes, because that was a fumble down there. Look at it again. And fielder will come around, did juggle it, throw it back in there, pretty close to the boundary it went though, but probably stayed inside.
Yeah, I think he would have, kept it inside based on the camera angle that we saw.
And the umpires are satisfied. So the score moves on to 50, so they've gotten to 50. 50 for 3. There's some slight adjustment to the field.
So they're now bringing you can say a leg slip for Fontaine.
It's, as I was saying, it's some aggression shown there by Chico. Ball being driven, probably some frustration too. He just had some extra runs added onto his average. So.
But good cricket all around, excellent delivery, well played. Back to him, good return.
Yes.
And that's the kind of level of cricket you want to see at that level.
Very competitive.
Very competitive. Young Fontaine is there, and Chico is in his 6th over, and he still look like he want to bowl and continue to bowl.
Of course, much in the mood of the manager, of course, Shane Shillingford, who knows Grenada probably better than most cricketers in the region. Played a lot of cricket here. Yes. Again, another delivery turned on to the onside. And 2 more runs to, this time to Fontaine. So Fontaine goes to, what, 6? And 53 for 3. And the batters probably, we were looking a lot more comfortable now.
Yeah.
And probably picking up the pace and bounce of the wicket now and able to play a little freer.
Yeah, most
than they did
definitely.
earlier.
You know, in cricket, terminology, the longer you bat, the easier it becomes. And also the older the ball gets, also the easier it bats as well.
But that's the way it should be. This time, almost getting it a low full toss, which he didn't quite manage to pass the ball away. He seemed to be feeling very well to his bowling. That's Chico.
Yeah.
That's probably second really good piece of fielding we saw to his bowling to bring up the end of the over. Bowlers are supposed to feel well to their bowling, I always say.
Yeah, because when you look at your average, you want to make sure
That's good.
your average, considers how you're going to bowl.
Yes.
Because you remember, everyone here is looking for opportunity to go ahead to get a contract or play
Indeed.
for the Windward and Volcanoes.
Indeed.
And everybody want to get the man of the tournament. You want to get the best bowler of the tournament. So the more you stay compact and the more you try to save as much runs as you can, work better for you in regards to selection.
Indeed. You don't want to contribute to your own demise.
Not at all. But here comes Descarte again to Atenes. Well left there by Alex.
Yeah.
And so far, you can see Descarte have a clear plan to what he wants to do in regards to when he bowls against Alex Atenes. Alex Atenes is a very aggressive player. He loves to play his shots. But if you look at everyone on the onside, you'll see they're a little bit closer and
And very heavy outside the off, and for that reason, just floating outside the off stump Atenes. But delivery probably could have left. It was far enough outside the off stump, but did have a little dab at it, I have to say. And lucky that he didn't have an edge. In fact, there are so many fielders on the offside waiting for that opportunity. 2 slips and a gully. And, backward point. Thing about the St. Lucian, they have taken wickets and he wouldn't get that. That was just so sweet. A delivery outside the off stump. This time Atenes just leant onto it and hit it through square cover, just in front of cover, and he went away to the boundary for 4. Lovely shot all along the ground.
very, very well executed by Alex Atenes. If you look at the field placing, everyone was in the right angle and he was able to maneuver and pierce the gap with not a man being moved before the ball gets to the boundary. So that's so much a good execution by him, and you expect that from him. Being representing cricket, playing cricket at the highest level here in the region.
Yes.
Here comes Descarte again.
Oh, this time probably just beating him there. I don't think he took the bat away. It was a delivery probably that left him a bit outside the off stump. And look at him now just going down to pay some attention to the area where he thinks the ball pitched. Many times did you think the ball pitched, and he didn't even pitch close to there.
No,
As
I
a
think
batter and you go and you gather one, you do some gardening, and that's not where the ball pitched.
I think it's a psychological something. You just have to take care of the pitch. Whether the ball pitch in that area or not. Anywhere you see, some form of deterioration, you tend to go down and at least try to be as clean as possible, because those little minor objects could cause a very much different in terms of trajectory.
Yes. And then you want to tell the bowler also that, hey, that wasn't you wasn't the one who did that. It was the pitch, And the poor bowler knows that the ball didn't even pitch close to that. But that's part of the psychology of the game. It's really a test of mental fortitude, mental strength. And everything in cricket has to be, you want to win these little battles, these psychological battles. Again, very nice and fluent drive. There's a man that is very, very short, straightish extra cover. And he's there probably especially for that shot to bring up the end of the over. Well, at the end of it, Atenes is on 21, 4 it is to Fontaine. 57 for 3 is the latest here.
So the guy had shot extra cover. I mean, it's a clear plan. It's okay if he's one of the wicketkeeper batsmen as well. He's a very, very good fielder, I can tell you. He's very sharp. So he being in that key position could tell that the St. Lucia team and the captain have a clear plan what they want to do in regards to Alec Atenes.
Yes.
So we have Chico again to bowl it 7th over from the GBSSN to Fontaine.
Fontaine flicking it away down towards the fielder comes up the long leg boundary and the back of the square just to do the fielding. So there's a single. So Fontaine goes to 5, 58 for 3. And of course, that man at short extra cover, August, Dominic August. It's almost a call that you're in the firing line most of the time. Goes across Junior Murray and of course Shane Shillingford, who probably would have played quite some cricket alongside each other at some point. Murray was just ahead of Shane, but I think they would have played some cricket together. Oh, this time gone through him and the fielder comes around from mid-wicket. Oh, and again too, didn't feel too well and the batsman will get the extra run. So we just taking the eye off the ball a little bit and just being a little bit sloppy.
Yeah, poor fielding there by Theo Edwards.
Yes.
One of the younger guys on the team, you will expect him to lead by example in regards to those sort of fielding mistakes. He would have just came from the regional under 19 tournament, so you will expect him to be in the best form of his life in regards to cricket aspect.
This morning seeing Theo having his finger in ice for quite some while, so may have gotten a knock in during warm-up or something like that. Yeah. And it's like when you're fevering an injury. You're praying that he doesn't have to put the hands there.
Yeah, definitely. And no ball.
Yes.
From
no ball
Chico.
From Chico. So probably a sign that he's stretching a little bit more, probably just getting a little bit tired.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, in this format of the cricket, in this format of the game, 7 over spell.
It's long.
It's a lot. And I mean, I think now the captain should realize that, because if you look at the pace would have dropped as well.
Yes.
So I think it is a form for a change on the GBSSN. But let's know the captain knows best. So here comes Chico again. Flick down behind, back of the square for a single.
Yeah. So it takes out an S to 25. And that was not a bad delivery at all by Chico on this occasion. It really took the inner portion of the bat, probably one which came back into the left-hander a bit. And but however, you don't always get reward for good bowling. See, number 31 on his back. Turns and begins to move in again, passes the umpire, and this time one of the things we've seen from Fontaine so far is a pretty solid defense.
Yeah, he's showing very good temperament. He's also very positive as well as a young cricketer. I mean, he looks good, and you expect he can develop and go a very, very long way. What I can say, over the years, Windward would have invested a lot in him. You'd have been a part of all the setups in the younger age group. I mean, and you expect him to go on and probably carry the mantle of the Volcanoes side, as he go older into the cricket. But here comes Chico again.
This time a little shorter, and Fontaine is right in behind it, I must say, and plays it up in front of him. The keeper comes forward, picks up and releases it through Descarte, who does some shining for himself of the ball. He's the man designated to work on the ball. Of course, he has the experience.
Yeah, that's where he's very good at in terms of getting the ball to swing both ways. So probably that's the reason he's there. Probably to take care of that ball because that's what you rely on. Throughout the game.
Bouncer this time by Chico. What we trying to say to the captain? Look, I still have the energy to get it up to the batsman's shoulder. So maybe I can go on for a little bit longer. The only thing about bowlers is that you never think that you're tired. You never admit that you're tired. You never try to show that you're tired. Yes.
So the over would have come to an end. The score is 62 for 3. We have Descarte coming from the bakery end. Alex Atenes on 24 of 26 deliveries. So far he's been batting for 46 minutes. Hit 4 fours. And we have young Fontaine is there for 23 minutes, 17 deliveries for his 5. So Descarte into his 4th over. Very attacking feel.
Strain just on the part of Atenes and rather easily done. Probably just realizing that there is a man who's fine on the onside down at long leg. Just probably delayed the shot a bit to get it away from him and just turn it away through the onside. And it raced away. 1-2 bounces into the boundary for 4. Easily done.
Yeah, well played there by Alex Atenes. Yes. Very calculated. Yeah. No risk in whatsoever. Pure timing. Pure trusting his ability and trusting his technique. And he moves on to 28.
So one can safely say that he's up and running now. The feet are moving, yeah, and the blood are pumping. So there's no reason why I think, as far as Atenes is concerned, he's probably already saying in his mind there is a big one here for me.
Yeah, most definitely.
Being turned up into the onside, there's a fielder there, shot mid-wicket, does the fielding, and there is no run. Of course, that's Tariq Edward there at mid-wicket. And St. Lucia keep attacking, they're keeping the fielders pretty close. That's not really. It's a few boundaries struck, but haven't really panicked. The St. Lucia, of course, they have taken 3 wickets so far, 66 for 3. So one cannot say that Dominica has gotten away in any way.
So far, it's an evenly poised contest. I mean, it's the first day, first couple of sessions, first session to be exact, and so far both teams are easily poised. What St. Lucia have to do is try to get at least 1 more wicket before the session, just in case, so you can find that right balance in regards to taking control of the game.
Of course, they would probably so want that 1 wicket to be that of Alex Atenes.
But it's very good. Once he has some history of outing in the 90s, but once he gets a start, he will carry on.
Again, he's in behind it as Descarte is just there, just on a length, on back of a length, forcing Atenes to stand up almost to his full height. Of course, when I talk about full height, he's not a very tall man, but very compact. Just think it's a very important stage of the game. And again, nicely and crisply driven up towards mid-off. And there is no run, so Atenes remain on 28. 5 it is to Fontaine. And it will be drinks as the third umpire, Man Warren, goes out to take care of his fellow umpires. And of course the backup staff comes out to help the fielding team. It's a pretty warm evening, and certainly hydration and rehydration will be vital as we go forward.
Yeah, most definitely. Based on how humid, conditions is here and how hot it is here at the Rice and John playing field, you would like, guys to stay as hydrated as possible because it's a long tournament. After the 3-day game, you go right into the 50-over matches.
Yes.
So you have to stay as hydrated as possible. Try to drink as much fluid as possible, and see how best your body can stand last throughout the tournament. So far it's been a easily poised encounter. Dominica would have won the toss, decided to bat. Merged 66 for 3. St. Lucia would have some Chico with 7 overs, 32 runs, 2 maidens, 2 wickets. Shawnell Edwards, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 wicket. And Shadrack Descarte got 12 runs from his 4 overs and haven't gotten a wicket there.
Yes, and at least some time ago, 3 wickets down. Of course, Stephan Pascal was caught by Shadrack Edwards, bowled by Chico for 26. And he got them pretty quickly, 25 deliveries. And he struck 5 boundaries. Of course, Livio Charles was bowled by Edwards, a beautiful Yorker for naught. Faced only 3 deliveries. And of course, Alexander was caught by Leo. I would say given out caught by Leo, bowled by Chico for 1. He was very disappointed when he was given. But the umpire's job, is never an easy one.
No, not at all. It's never an easy one. And and that level of cricket, you have to, stand in solidarity for them, because they have, less than, 10 seconds to make the decision. And when you go to the international scene, you have the referral, which is available. So, you must stand in solidarity. I mean, there was a clear deflection. You just wasn't sure whether it was the tight bat or the gloves. The umpire was closer. So he would have, probably, trust his instinct and his judgment in regards to, making that decision. But if you want to find out, guys, there is another game, or the last I just played in field. Grenada is 159 for 5. Ryan John is on 43. And we have Kurt Murray on 1.
Okay, so they lost a wicket recently. Lost McDonald recently. Yeah. So that's a good recovery, in fact, by Grenada. The skipper is still there. And of course, the Murray brothers are no rabbit. They can't hang around. And not only hang around, but contribute to scoring. And it's conditions that they know so very well.
Yeah, as you say in local terms, they're playing in the backyard. So you expect them to go and perform in the backyard, perform at home, perform in the village, because a lot of people will be there, cheering them on. The mom, is a very good cricket fan as well. She always supports them. So
the entire family almost, they're always there. Yes.
So guys, we're here at the Royce St. George playing field. We have the senior men's tournament, the 3-day version to be exact. We have Dominica taking on St. Lucia. Dominica would have won the toss and decided to bat. And they are 66 for 3.
Of course, Grenada being an island known for its lush green trees and everything else. But sometimes you feel well that you're losing some of the views and the thing as a result of those large trees that grow, around us. Look up over the top where the Parliament building is posted up there. Once upon a time, you get the feeling that it was a lot more visible also. Now quite a bit of trees growing in front of there and just blocking it out to a certain extent. The Grenada White House,
Yeah. But if you go to look at the positive of that, I mean, when you look at the kind of soil we have, to get those lush green trees growing, the sort of soil, you have to give our soil credit.
And of course the You want to stay? Yeah, no, stay, man.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're back at the Rice and John playing field. So, we have Shonel Edwards to continue from the GBSSN. The skipper would have changed his end in regards to trying to get that breakthrough. So we have Fontaine on strike. Here comes Edwards again. Wide delivery, well left there by Fontaine. So far he looks very composed. So joining me in the commentary box, we have the president of the Grenada Cricket Association, Mr. Clyde John. He will be with me for the next hour to take you through the session. So Clyde, what do you think about the session here today at the Roy St. John playing field?
Well, good afternoon to the viewers wherever you are. And of course, looking at the conditions, looking at all that has transpired, it's still a bit even. St. Lucia started well with the ball, and certainly Dominica, through Alicatanes, has begun a good fight back. They lost a few early wickets, Dominica, but they do have that tenacity to hold their own. And Fontaine just needs to stay with Athenaeus, who is very experienced at this 3-day format, plays for the Windward Volcanoes. So definitely he has someone that, can help to give him a steady head as he progresses through his innings.
Yeah, most definitely. He looks very confident. He looks very assertive as well. So let's hope that those assertiveness and confidence can carry him to a nice total.
Well, Fontaine in his last batting innings in Grenada was right here at the Roy St. John playing field, where he got a 74 to help guide his team to victory. So he will have fond memories of this ground and will be looking to repeat, where he left off last when he played there.
But so far, you must give credit to the St. Lucia bowlers. The condition, does not suit them in regards to how hot it is outside. But so far, the pace and so on, and they run up and how aggressive they are, has been tremendous to look at.
Yeah, I quite agree with you there. I think they've stuck to their task very well. A few full pitch deliveries being dispatched. Not really bowling shot, but they've bowled a good consistent line and length. Right there, and it's a good shot by Fontaine. And it certainly will run across the ropes now. And this is what we're talking about, Wavel. The bowlers bowling on a good length, but the batters just equal to it. And a good boundary. Yeah,
most definitely. Excellent shot there by the youngster. He got in position very early. And he would have hit that, not try to hit it too hard, but getting his head down, wait forward, and just, trusting his timing.
Yeah, really good shot there. Valiant effort by the fielder, but I think it was hit firmly and crisply all along the ground and bringing up 4 good-looking runs. So Fontaine, he moves on to 9, and definitely the confidence will be built up there after seeing that shot.
Yeah, those shots are those are ones where will get your confidence up and have you wanting to play more. have you relax as well, and also want you to score. But we have Descarte coming from the bakery end with a very seasoned campaigner. And so far, the battle with he and Alec Atenes has been very interesting. Alec Atenes probably might making a slight adjustment in regards to his guard.
Well, we know that these two, in terms of experience, they have quite a lot of experience. They both play for the Volcanoes. They play for the Kings. And so they will know each other well. It's always good when you can, come up against your teammate to make sure that he knows that, hey, I'm the better of the two.
Yeah, most definitely.
And so the contest would always be on as to who will get who out, or who will stay and bat and really put on that big score.
Yeah, definitely. Because I think after this game, they will be heading over to the CPL. After Alec Atenes, I think we're heading to the Patriots, and Descarte will head into St. Lucia Kings. So far, they want to, bring that rivalry, bring that, strong contest. And, it's just friendly rivalry, nothing personal. And that's good for the game of cricket, good for the Volcanoes and good for Windwards cricket.
Yeah, certainly. Atenes will look to ensure that he stays on bat. His team needs him there. And they have quite a bit of depth in Dominica. So St. Lucia will want to make sure that, they see the back of him as early as possible.
Yeah, right. So Fontaine moves on to 11. Tucked one into the leg side. They would have taken 2. But here comes Descarte again into Fontaine. Well played, easy to back with a point. Toss back to the wicketkeeper. And so far, St. Lucia have a very, very attacking field. 3 slips, a backward point, short extra cover, mid on, mid off, a mid wicket, and a fine leg.
Yeah, good pressurizing field there. Wanting to keep the ball just outside the off stump, right around there, but well played by Fontaine. Just guides that one past that man at backward point. Races into the boundary. So 4 good looking runs. Hands away from the body slightly, but he was always in control of this one. The ball raced away into the boundary. So 4 more. He's certainly confident.
Yeah,
Is Fontaine.
Yeah, definitely. He played it as late as possible. He didn't try to hit too hard. And he got full value for runs and takes his total to 15. And as the longer he bats, he seems to be more in control. He seems to be more assertive. And that's what you want to see from a young cricketer.
So Descarte down the leg side. Good take by the keeper. But certainly Fontaine has looked comfortable since getting to the crease. The wicket certainly is one that has always been good for batting. And so when you get wickets like these, you need to capitalize as a batter.
Yeah, most definitely. You want to bat as long as possible. I think the wicket is not going to get better. But what you can do, you want to make the best of it when you have it at your disposal. But Fontaine again, well played, back to the bowler, equally stopped by Descarte. And the over comes to an end. The score, Dominica 77 for 3. Alec Atenes on 29. Fontaine 15. Partnership 36.
Yeah, good start there for Atenes and Fontaine partnership. 36 represents a good strong fight back. And they will need to capitalize and just continue from here. Try to make sure that, they bat their team into a really good position at the end of the day.
Yeah, so far they seem to be very, very in control, and they have a clear plan in mind to be positive, try to put away the bad baller, or whenever they get and the ball on the wicket, they tend to be solid, composed. So let's see what Edwards can do as he comes from the GBSSN.
And Anthony is just looking to drive that one through the offside, not really getting the sort of contact that he wanted. Seemed to have hit the two end of the bat more so than the middle. And that's one of his favorite shots, that square drive.
Well, the thing about St. Lucia, they are allowing him to play that square drive. But now you see there's a fielder behind point and there's one in front of square. So they do have protection. So for the viewers at home, St. Lucia, one slip, a gully, a square cover, a backward of point, short cover, a mid on, mid off, a mid wicket, and a long leg.
Yeah, very heavy offside field. Tells you what the focus will be from the bowler. Just outside the off stump, but this one is on the line of the body. So the bowler really not bowling to his feet. He has the protection, but one would expect that he would work more towards the off stump, just outside off stump line to make sure that he keeps his fielders engaged.
Looking at him during the tournament so far, he's the one who gets the ball to swing a little bit late. I think he's trying to set up Alex Atenes, getting that one to swing just in the last minute, hope that he can drive one probably to the backward square.
That is a glorious shot. That is beautiful. Atenes getting into position to that ball that is pitched up and driving through the covers. 4 good-looking runs.
Excellent cover drive by Alex Atenes, textbook, head down, weight forward, and he didn't try to hit it too hard. Pure timing, pure class, pure caress, and not a man move.
Yeah, that's the shot. That's the shot of a man that is in a really good nick. He's seen the ball well. Been out there for quite a while, and so he has gotten acclimatized to the conditions. When you serve off half volleys like these, more times than not, you will put them away.
Definitely. So we have Edwards again.
Edward has bowled well, save and except a couple of over-pitch deliveries which have been really well dealt with by the Dominican batters. But outside of that, I think he's really made good effort to keep a good line and length outside the off stump.
Yeah, so far in this game, I think we only had one pull shot, and that was from Alex Atenes, and he didn't hit it as well as he wanted to. Most of the runs came from drives, and this one is tickled along the leg side for 4. Excellent shot there. Well manipulated in regards to the field. The fine leg was a little bit wider, and Alex Atenes was able to tickle it fine down behind square for 4.
Yeah, again, the line of the delivery, Atenes didn't really have much to do. I just needed to get inside of it and just guide it. The man I would make it wide, backward square thereabout. Just really no chance of getting anywhere close to it. It was expertly placed.
So here come Edwards again. And glorious shot there by Alex Atenes. Pitched up, driven over extra cover for 4. Couldn't ask for a better shot in regards to the conditions. And the score moves on to 89 for 3.
Yeah, really, I would say a meat and drink for Alex Atenes. Again, outside the off stump, lots of room where he can free the arms. And this time he didn't hold back. He really put willow to leather there.
But I think the bowler, Mr. Edwards, would have lost the plot a little bit in that over. I mean, he had boundary going down the leg side, and he also had one over extra cover. I think for the field placing, he would have had to be a little more direct in regards to not giving him too much room. But so far, Alex Atenes looks good. He looks precise, and hope that he can go on and get a big score here this evening.
So Dominica, after 18 overs, they've moved on to 89 for 3. Athenaeus, he's not out on 41. Fontaine, he's on 15. They're just 2 runs short of a 50-run partnership. The run rate is very good. The conditions are good, so definitely the run rate of 4.94, which is very healthy for a 3-day game, tells you that a number of boundaries have been scored.
So we have a change on the bakery end. We have Lee John, a left-arm spinner.
It will be good to see how the wicket responds to spin. And John will certainly look to test it out and see what it has to offer. And St. Lucia will hope that that change just may be able to break this partnership that has moved on to 48.
So Lee John would have, been around the Volcano setup for a while as well. He do have a regional game playing for the Volcanoes. So let's hope he can come in and bring that level of experience and that level of knowledge. So probably St. Lucia can get again a breakthrough.
Yeah, he wants to bring his experience to the fore. He's been a really outstanding under-19 player for the years that he played the under-19 and stepping up to the senior ranks. I think he really is eager to show what he has done over the few years. Starts on a really good line and length there, bringing the batter in Fontaine forward. So it's going to be an interesting contest between these two.
Well, flighty there.
Yeah, good quick single taken there by Fontaine, moves him on to 16. Score moves on to 90 for 3. St. Lucia under a bit of pressure here. One more run to the partnership. It moves to 49. Making some changes to the field. So the spin with the spin, the skipper and Descarte will have a lot to think about. I'm not certain that he has seen much turn from John as yet. So here he is, John. Athenaeus is just stroking this one, picking up a very easy single as the 50-run partnership between Fontaine and Athenaeus comes up with 50 runs from 57 deliveries in some 45 minutes. So they've really batted well, been very positive with her.
Yes, most definitely. They have been very, very positive. They seem to be, corresponding well with each other. So far, I like Athenaeus, he's looked good. Also Fontaine. But Lee John will hoping to get a breakthrough sooner rather than later.
What I like about the partnership is that they've been very severe on anything offline, off length. They've not held back. They look to make sure that they capitalize on anything loose.
Yeah, very positive. And that was you want from, cricket. You want to be positive. You want to be...
Yeah, another good looking shot there.
Excellent fielding as well by the fielder. Run around was difficult to stop and would have gotten a hand to it. And the score moves on to 92 for 3 after Lee John completes his first over.
Yeah, not a bad first over for John. Really a good start. He's pitched the ball in some good areas. I think what he needs now is to be able to get a bit more turn and really look to begin to trouble these two set batters.
When you look at conditions over the years, the Royal St. John playing field, in regards to spin, never was favorable. Most of it was a seaming track, playing the pace and so on. But, so far we haven't seen any turn from Lee. So I think what he needs to do is, probably bowl a little ball quicker through the air, allow the batsman to be in two minds. Because so far he's been a little too slow. The batsman allowed to, really read the variations. So let's see what he can do in the second over. But so far we have Descarte coming from the GBSS end. A changer end from him.
Yeah, change of ends as Fontaine takes strike to face Descarte. Descarte just starting that one a bit straight on the stump. What I like to hear about Fontaine is that he played through the V, just allow the ball to come at him and play it back where it came from. So he's not looking to experiment right now. Again, just pushing back along the pitch, so it tells you that he's ready to bat for long periods.
And what is interesting is in regards to his maturity. It's a young cricketer, but you can see that level of maturity in him. You can see that level of assertiveness. He wants to play a particular way, and unless he's not loose, he's not going to play a shot. And that's good from a young cricketer aspect. But here comes Descarte again with an excellent delivery. Have him on the back foot. Really softening him up, as we call it in local terms.
Yeah, really. Fontaine just coming off the Windward Islands under 19, the West Indies under 19 tournament where he played for the Windward Islands. Didn't really feature as much as maybe one expected of him. And so this innings here and this tournament here will be very important for him. Just to remind the under 19 selectors that, he's a player to look forward to. He may have had a bad tournament, the under 19 tournament, but he does have the pedigree. So you will want to make a statement here.
Yeah, most definitely. Wherever you go, in regards to the region or the world to play sports, you would like to dominate, you would like to, stamp your authority.
So this one is just whipped down to fine leg by Fontaine. He picks up another single. 18. He's faced some 38 deliveries. He scored 2 boundaries so far in his innings. So turns the strike over to Athenaeus, who's been there for some 72 minutes. He's on 42 from 40 deliveries. Athenaeus. 8 boundaries, no sixes. It's been a very good controlled knock by him. And that's a good teasing length there by Descarte, just getting that one to move away from the left-handed Athenaeus.
So over comes to an end. Dominica, 93 for 3. And so far it has been a controlled innings by both Alec Athenaeus and Fontaine.
Yeah, really good control by this pair. They've not looked rushed. They've not been too aggressive. They've played balls on merit. They've ensured that, whatever the bad delivery is, they put it away. And basically batting with some clear heads.
So would you take into consideration in regards to that, is how good the wicket is or how good the ability is as a batter?
Well, you have to give credit to them in terms of their batsmanship. They've been really focused. But again, the wicket will help. Once it is a wicket like this, it will help the batters to execute their skill very well. As a bowler, you'll have to do very, very well, a lot of hard work if you intend to really get lots of wickets here at the Roy St. John playing field. It's known to be a batsman-friendly wicket. The bat tend to dominate the ball quite a lot.
Well, here comes Lee John again. Fly to this one. Played back to the bowler with a stifle appeal.
And St. Lucian just testing the focus of the umpire. Just wants to ensure that he's there. It's been a while since he had much work to do.
And here comes John again.
I love the stride that he got there. Really got right out to it, Fontaine.
Yeah, thus far he's playing very correct. I mean, he's playing textbook cricket, and that's what you want from a youngster. But I think what we need to see from at least Lee is let the ball a little bit quicker through the air in regards to because the pitch was not conducive for spin. It's only the first day, but let's see what tomorrow brings. But now, you know, we want to see at least the ball quicker through the air using its variations a little bit more.
Yeah, getting a bit of turn there. John, you can see that he really put some effort into spinning that one. In the end, well played by Atenes.
Fontaine.
By Fontaine, rather. And so Fontaine moves on to 19. But certainly, with that bit of turn there, I think the St. Lucians will be a bit happy to see that John is getting, you know, a bit more revs and is able to move it across the wicket.
Yeah. He's one of the most, you can say, most decorative spinner within the team. So you will expect him to lead by example. So you will expect to at least, you know, grab a couple wickets this evening.
That one is dispatched out the ground by Atenes. A big hit there. And he was always in control of it and really deposited very far over the boundary ropes to bring up his first maximum of his innings. And that's a way to get to 50. Oh, he's on 48 rather.
Yeah, 48. Excellent shot. Good shot selection. And the 100 is up for Dominica. So 100 for 3. And also, Alec Atenes is on 48, Fontaine is on 19. Partnership of 59. So good recovery thus far.
Yeah, I got ahead of myself there looking at that huge hit for 6. I was just about to say what a way to get to your 50, but he's on 48. Still too short.
So here comes Descarte again from the GBSSN at the Roy St. John playing field to Fontaine.
So Descarte has bowled some 6 overs so far. He's into his 7th. He's gone for just 20 runs. He's not picked up a wicket as yet. And a good delivery. Had Fontaine reaching for this one. We'll just want to repeat this for as much as possible in this over. And just maybe he may induce a false stroke.
Yeah, what you want to do, especially when you're under pressure, you want to try to stay as consistent as possible, try to stay as closest to the stump as possible and allow the batsman to make the mistake. Being a Windward Island cricketer, you expect him to be able to, you know, deliver such skill. So let's see what can happen in this over.
Again, good areas by Descarte. Fontaine driving well, but straight to the fielder. And this is a good move from Descarte, just to have him driving, trying to get him to play a bit away from the body. Yorker length delivery, well dug out by Fontaine. He's certainly very focused, Fontaine.
Also well bowled there by Descarte. Good contest. Good exciting cricket here at the Rice and John playing field.
Okay, and just straighten down the leg a bit. Field is not set for this type of bowling. He wants to get back to, that outside you have some just outside, maybe a 4th, 5th stump line. Induce the fall shot from Fontaine. It will be important that they get a breakthrough here. They will want to rustle themselves into a position where they can topple over the remainder of the Dominican batting.
But so far, I like Atenes and Fontaine is making it quite difficult for them. Not seems to be in any rush. Right form of temperament, what you want in regards to a longer format of the game. And so far they haven't given a chance. So for St. Lucia, they have to work, they have to think outside the box and hope that they can get a breakthrough.
That's a good looking shot there. As the misfield comes and they will pick up a quite easy single. Fielder just labored in going down to pick that one up.
Yeah, poor execution from the fielder standpoint. You expect him to be, more disciplined in regards to his fielding ability. But nevertheless, the scores move on to 101 for 3.
101 for 3, and partnership of 60 between Fontaine and Atenes. Fontaine, he's on 20. Atenes 2 away from a half century. He will be looking forward to, just registering that half century, Fontaine. And so far, he's the top scorer in the Dominican innings. Look to bat and maybe bat as deep as possible, Atenes. It'll be good for this pair to remain out there for the majority of the remainder of this day. This one is dispatched. A really bad delivery by Lee John, and Fontaine is circumspect in terms of putting it where he wants it and bringing up another boundary.
Yeah, another poor delivery there by John, but Fontaine was, pretty much ready to go, right back, and hit this one in front of square for 4. And you expect a more discipline in regards to, a spin bowler, especially a right-arm off-spin bowler. You will expect him to be more consistent in regards to his line. But nevertheless, Fontaine is up to the challenge. He moves on to 24, and the game continues. This one is pitch up driven to mid off.
It's quite a very hot day out here at the Roy St. John playing field. I can imagine the fielders out there. They will be feeling that heat.
Yeah, most definitely. I'm in the AC up here and I'm sweating, so that could tell you how hot it is outside. But so far, Lee is coming back nicely, from that loose delivery. Oh, what a post shot there by Fontaine. Lacking concentration, flighted there by Lee John. Fontaine went down on one knee, tried to hit him over mid-wicket and got bowled. Post shot selection there by the youngster.
Yeah, really a lapse in concentration there from Fontaine. He's been playing it really well, and this time he's looking to sweep. A ball that is a lot fuller. He needed to really get out and play in the approved manner that he was playing all the time. But for John, he will be happy.
Yeah, definitely he will be happy. For 2 balls prior, he was hit in front of square for 4. And I think that would have given Fontaine the confidence probably and the overconfidence to probably, be a little bit more aggressive. But not to take nothing away from Lee. I mean, he deserved that wicket. He would have worked pretty much. And we have the new batsman going in, Gian Benjamin.
Yeah, so the innings of Fontaine coming to an end. And definitely Dominica really would not have wanted to have lost that wicket. But St. Vincent, St. Lucia, they would be rather happy to have broken that partnership, seeing the back of Fontaine. So we look at it again, this, not the shot that is on, just a little too close for the cross-batted shot.
Yeah, most definitely. And for a young man who's been set and who we expect great things from, I think it was a really poor, shot selection by him. I mean, and that's something, we see a lot, especially within the Caribbean. Batters will get set and, you will like them to go on to score a, big ton, and they will play that one rational shot, where, they get out. And I think in regards to the game, we don't lack the ability, but what we lack is in terms of communication and concentration, in regards to the game.
Yeah, I quite agree with you there. The concentration definitely was lost there. Played much better than this at the start of his innings, but that one rash shot, that decision just to go across the line of the ball, serving to be his downfall. So Benjamin is out. He is a pretty experienced campaigner. We've seen him quite a lot here in Grenada in the Dream 11. So he's familiar with some of these conditions. So he'll be looking to partner at Atenes and really rebuild the Dominican innings. Really good, exceptional fielding there. The fielder was quickly down, certainly saving some runs for his team.
Yeah, St. Lucia seems to, up the gear up a little in regards to the energy. Excellent fielder, they stopped definitely too. And the over comes to an end, the score is 105 for 4. Alec Atenes is on 48, and we have the new batsman Gian, who is yet to get off the mark.
So Descarte is going to continue from the GBSSN. This one is short. Aten is quickly onto it, but the fielder is there. Down at the backward square region. So they only get one. He moves on Atenis, the 49. And 5 for 4. Some 22, 23 overs bowled.
And we have Gian to face Shadrack Descarte.
Good tempting delivery there, well left. Descarte does get that ball to move in either directions ever so often.
Yeah, and also he's generating a little bit of pace as well. Let's see how Benjamin plays him. He's not a tall guy. And Descarte does get the ball to bounce a little, so let's see what he can generate from the wicket.
Again, that's good pressure, good areas by Descarte. So using his experience, he's not experimenting. He's just trying to keep that ball on a good length, good line, outside the off stump, bowling to his field.
Yeah, and he's in it over, and he still looks good. He still looks strong. So Jovan Benjamin is yet to get off the mark. But here comes Descarte again. Well left outside the off stump.
Yeah, just looking to tempt him there into maybe a cut shot, hoping that he can get maybe a nick on to the back to the keeper.
But so far, all the Dominican batsmen look very well in the beginning of the innings. But as time progresses, they tend to lack concentration and tend to just give the wicket away.
Yeah, I want to agree with you there. Benjamin drives to that man a short cover, no run. And again, Descarte just trying to maintain some level of control. They've gotten the wicket of Fontaine, and so it means that they have an opportunity for the next few minutes to really control what happens as the new batter acclimatizes himself.
Yeah, most definitely. So far, St. Lucia seems to be, getting themselves back into the game, after picking up the wicket of Fontaine.
Yeah, good looking drive there by Benjamin. He's going to run close to the boundary. The fielder's giving chase and well pull back there. And they will get 2 runs. But a really good looking shot. He got a nice stride into the ball and really didn't try to overhit, but just used the timing and the pace of the delivery and placed it expertly into the gap.
Yeah, well played here by the young star. You'd have just gotten in there, and I'm not trying to hit it too hard, but trying to at least feel the ball onto the bat, so he can, get comfortable and go on to score more runs. But well chased as well by the St. Lucian fielders. They would have run it right onto the boundary, and also gotten a good show back in there. And this over would have come to an end, 108 for 4. Alec Atenes is now on strike to face Lee John, and he's on 49.
Yeah, John will want to keep Alec on strike as much as possible. Maybe try to force him to chase one to get that to that milestone of 50. Dead ball signaled by the umpire, so John will reset his run-up. And right there, expertly placed into the gap, and that will bring up a 50 for Alec Atenes. A really good controlled 50 from him, showing the maturity, showing that he belongs out there and this is his territory.
Most definitely, he would have looked extremely well throughout this innings. Only taking him 44 deliveries to score that 50. He looked pretty well, and hope that he can continue to go on and score a big one here this afternoon.
Yeah, all the conditions are set for him to score a big one. A nice quick outfield, nice evenly paced pitch, and good weather conditions. Played in the approved manner there. As John just pitching on the line of the middle stump. Missing that one. A loud appeal. Umpire unmoved. John was really hoping that the umpire would have gone in his favor. A pretty close shot. Let's look at it again. Yeah, pitching on the line of the stump. Umpire having a bit of doubt, and they say when you're in doubt as the umpire, you give the batsman the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, I think height would have been a factor in that situation. He's not a tall guy, but when you look at the trajectory of the ball, you'd have probably missed off stump. But here comes John again. Short ball. Cut away well. Behind point for 4. Fourth boundary to Jevon Benjamin. As he brings up his fourth boundary, the score moves on to 113 for 4.
Yeah, short delivery outside the off stump and asking to be hit. Benjamin wasted no time in dispatching it to the boundary ropes for 4. Certainly, and if you continue to give him deliveries like this, he's going to put that away in his sleep.
He's a very aggressive batsman as well. I mean, anything loose, he will definitely play his shots. He's more, known for his T10 style of cricket. I mean, he plays T10 across the Caribbean, so you expect him to be an aggressive player. Anything short, anything loose, he will definitely play his shots.
So the pair of Benjamin and Atenes just looking to rebuild after the loss of Fontaine. Descarte, who has not gotten amongst the wicket as yet, will love to maybe pick up Atenes here. This one is expertly guided down to third man. It's going to run into the fence now. 4 runs to Alec Atenes. Really expertly played, well guided, and bringing up a very easy boundary.
What was nice about that shot is he played it as late as possible. He didn't try to overhit it, but what he did was try to beat the fielder by millimeters. And once he did that, he would have been able to get an easy boundary.
Yes, certainly the placement was impeccable there. Descartes. Atenes right in behind it. So he's keeping control. Descartes is asking, Atenes is keeping control, asking Descartes to do something different.
But what is nice about this innings is so far Atenes haven't been given a chance. He's in control, he's composed, and he seems to be very assertive in what he wants to do today. So,
as a batter who has played for the West Indies at the higher level, this is what you expect. You expect them to have that level of control and, be able to really dictate the pace of what happens.
Yes, most definitely. He's one of the cricketers, once you play against him, you should be looking to take a page from his book. I mean, you don't have to tell me, but most of the players out there, just playing against him, you want to see what he does best, because he's one of the cricketers here who've been playing at the highest level and who played at the highest level, So I know there's some of the guys out there will be looking, to take a page from his book. But here comes Descarte again. Plays on to the offside very easily. They're making a change in the field, so the deep mid wicket is going all the way back to the boundary. So I think Shadrack is probably changing the plan.
Yeah. Now, at this point, having 2 more deliveries in the over, may just want to play a bit of cat and mouse. Purposefully put the extra man out for the square. With maybe trying to plant in Atedes's mind a short ball is coming.
Yeah, that's they call it bluff. But it's not a bad ploy. Watching how comfortable Alec Atenes is playing. All the drives have been timed, perfectly. But the one boundary he got through mid wicket, it wasn't timed properly. So probably, all that, Descarte is looking at in regards to, trying to get him out.
And there it goes, the shot delivery. One for the over signal by the umpire. And that one was certainly dug in by Descarte.
Yeah, extra effort they call that one. He did use the pitch, pretty much so. But the umpires in control of the game. They're the one in exclusive vantage point. So I think, the decision is always final and the decision will always be right.
Yeah, the umpires control the game, and so the players have to take directive from them. So one might have hoped that could have been called wide for the height. It really was over the batsman's head by quite some distance. And Atenes and Benjamin, not really tall men, so I think everybody was looking forward to see the outstretched arms of the umpire.
What have to take into consideration, we haven't been called, White haven't been called in the game as yet. So probably I think the umpire wanted to keep it that way.
So Jordan is going to continue from the Panhouse end. He's bowling to Benjamin. A good line and length, bringing the diminutive Benjamin forward. Benjamin just playing on the offside.
Very, very packed offside field as well. Very, very packed offside field. So there's a clear plan to Benjamin.
Driving well is Benjamin, but can't pass the man there, short cover. Again, we will deliberate plan, keep it outside that off stump. John 1 for 19, he's into his 5th. So he'll be happy with his return so far. As this one is stroked nicely through the gap, that's 4 runs. That is threading the needle. The offside field really well packed, but Benjamin, timing and placement picks up a good looking boundary.
Shot of the day for me. In regards to how packed the offside is, and was able to thread that needle, as you said. Not a man move, and easily got into the boundary. And Benjamin moves on to 10. Alec Atenes moves on to 54. And the score moves on to 121 for 4.
So the ploy working there, John. Just maybe over pitching, guilty of over pitching there. Just need to draw his length back and bring the batter forward. So it's 121 at 26.4 overs. So 2 overs remain in this. 2 balls remain in this over. John 4.4 overs. 1 for 23. Got the wicket of Fontaine, who looked really set. We will be looking to pick up another wicket here, John.
But so far, Benjamin has looked very well as well. He looks very, very much disciplined. He also looks aggressive. And he also looked very much composed in regards to what he wanted to do. Anything loose, he dispatched it to the boundary.
Yeah, he's certainly capitalized on the loose deliveries. This is what they're St. Lucians will be looking for, that fall stroke, that ball maybe not really there for the shot. Certainly good intent.
Yeah, that's the kind of player he is, he's always, he wants to score.
So Legion over comes to an end. 5 overs, so 1 for 23. Score moves on to 121 for 4. Some 27 overs bowled in this Dominican inning so far. Atenes, he's not out on 54 from 51 deliveries. And he's joined by Jervin Benjamin, who's on 10 from 16.
Yeah, so far, Dominica probably a little bit, ahead of the game in regards to when you look at, how poised the game is. 121 for 4. I mean, Alec Atenes is set, so you expect, him to go on to score something, substantial. But Descarte is still, trying to get that wicket. Once he get that breakthrough, something good can happen for his team. So as a captain, he's taking the responsibility, and he's coming. He's into his 10th over. I mean, you expect him to at least try to get a break in a bit.
Yeah, certainly Team St. Lucia will be dependent on him to get the breakthrough here. Breakthrough, maybe seeing the back of Atenes will be, to them, maybe the best thing that could happen right now.
Well, so far, he looks good. He looks the part. And here comes Descarte again to Atenes. This one is whipped down to deep mid wicket for only a single. Throw comes in. Good take there by the wicketkeeper, Leo. Alec Atenes moves on to 55 and move Benjamin onto the strike.
Yeah, as a St. Lucian out in the middle there, you want to really try and find a breakthrough. I just will be hoping to stick to a proper plan. And that seemed to be the plan right there, a bit short, faster.
Well, it's not a bad plan. They have the field set for that delivery. They have a deep backward square, and they also have a deep mid wicket. So with those field positions, you expect him to go short, expect the batsman, to pull, and probably, as you say, you can probably set him up.
Let's see what happens. Descarte on the line of the off stump, and Benjamin just plays in the approved manner, well behind it and guiding it to that man there at backward point, who doesn't have to move, but certainly the ploy will be on us outside the off stump until that short ball is presented.
Yeah, so the short ball should be the surprise delivery. Not too sure how consistent that plan, how proactive that plan will be, but let's see what happens.
This time it's called wide by the umpire. The signal of 1 for the over comes out. So this guy just wanting to remind Benjamin that he has a decent short lifting delivery, so he has to be aware. Well bowled, well played.
Well bowled, and Benjamin is equal to the task. Front foot out, well covered. Ball rolls to short extra cover, and we go again.
Scott will want to maybe build a bit of pressure, build some frustration by not allowing the batters to score freely. So that final delivery to come. 9.5 overs, none for 30, Descarte.
But he's one that can bowl a lot of overs. That's one of his attributes. You know, he's very consistent. He can bowl long spells, and as he continues to show us here in the Windward Island tournament.
Yeah, good shot, rising delivery. Again called wide. But certainly pitching in some good areas there.
Yeah, good pace, good carry. Good cricket all around. Good wicket keeping as well. But I mean, it's wide. The umpire decision is final. There is not much we can do when the umpires make the decision. Me myself, as a sports personnel who plays sports, you know, across Grenada and across the Caribbean, sometimes I might be disappointed with the umpire's decision, but there is nothing we can do to change it. And you know, people might say, you know, I'm one who challenged the umpire's decision the most, but you know, deep down, you know, it cannot be changed, you know. But that's the sports. So Descarte again, well covered by Gian, into the cover fielder, and the over comes to an end. 124 for 4.
Yeah, Dominica in a good position, a good strong position, 124 for 4. And certainly the experience of Athens has guided them to that good position. And they will want to just build on this and make sure that they bat themselves into a position where they can go on and win this game.
Most definitely. So guys, if you're just joining us, we're here at the St. George playing field in Grenada, St. George's. We're here with the Dominica and taking on St. Lucia in the Windward Island 3-day tournament. And right after this tournament, we'll move to the 50-over tournament, which will be held in a couple of days.
Yes, certainly a lot of cricket to look forward to over the next 9 days. As John continues. Anthony just pushes into the mid-wicket region, picking up one.
So we're going to go away from the cricket a little. Mr. John, being elected the president of the Grenada Cricket Association, how does it feel to be, you know, in that position?
Well, of course, the position of president means that you have a lot of responsibilities. Really and truly, for me, it's more or less a bit of continuation as Benjamin continues to play well. But it's one where we've been in office for, let's say, close to 2 years. It's unfortunate that we lost our president. But right now, the focus is just to continue from where we started. We have a number of plans that, you know, we started putting in place, you know, to really help to build cricket in Grenada. And from here, we are hoping to fine-tune the plan, present the plan. As this one is played nicely by Benjamin, but well fielded. So we want to be able, in a position to present the plan to the stakeholders of cricket in Grenada and ensure that, you know, it is a plan that they feel that they can contribute to, whether it is the players, the sponsors, whether it is, you know, just the cricket enthusiasts, Cricket West Indies, just to ensure that we set cricket in Grenada on a good foundation that can move from here. And so in the coming weeks and months, a lot will be said concerning the Grenada Cricket Association strategic plan. You will hear about it. And that strategic plan really has a foundation in grassroots cricket, where we intend to really build from the grassroots, go up, and help to ensure that we stabilize the upper echelon of the cricket by simply having a good foundation. You can't build a house on shaky foundation. And so we're hoping that this strategic plan will expose as its key foundation the grassroots cricket. But not just the grassroots cricket, we have a lot of plans to help to really, showcase our cricketers a bit more, to give them a bit more exposure. It is our desire that we can, along with the government, sit down and really put a good high performance or elite program together to, ensure that we have young cricketers that are ready to challenge the Olympic Games. Cricket is now an Olympic sport, and so we have a lot to look forward to as the nation Grenada when it comes to qualification for the Olympics and these things. So there's a lot to come. I don't want to, speak before my time, but I am just letting viewers know that the plans are there. It's just a matter of when we come, we're going to present them, and then everyone can see the clear roadmap and know that cricket in Grenada is on good footing, and we intend to really make it something where all the stakeholders, all the players, can be proud of having or wearing the Grenada uniform or being a part of anything the Grenada Cricket Association does.
All right, so there we have a change of bowler from the GBSSN. We have Jaden Elbox, left arm spin. He's taking over from Shadrack Descarte. First delivery, tickle into the leg side for a quick single there by Alec Atenes. So, Mr. President, we seem to have everything in a good care. And me being a local guy and being around cricket for a while, it seems nice to hear, so much big plans and so on for the cricket. But what I can say is that over the years, I have been hearing a lot of plans, but no execution. So let's hope that we see a change in regards to executing, in regards to the grassroots, and we can get some young cricketers going on and play for the West Indies, once more.
Yes, certainly, as Eli Box continues from the GBSSN, inducing what I would make a false shot from Benjamin. But certainly the idea of the grassroots, we've had lots of grassroots cricket, but we've never really had our own homegrown grassroots program. Something that we can call our own localized to Grenada. See Eli Box hitting a good line and length so far. So we've never really had something that, we've had the Cricket West Indies, we've had lots of different grassroots, but once the sponsorship ends, you tend to see everything go back to stage one, and we're hoping that with a 3-year plan, we can really inject the love and the dedication for the game. Benjamin looks to pull this one. Let's see what will be signaled by the umpire. Seems to have gotten some bat onto it, so Benjamin moves up by 1. But certainly having something where the clubs within Grenada can benefit, this is what we're looking forward to. I think once we have a good grassroots program, we will see a better structured club system. We'll see a better organized school game system, and even better community cricket. Eli Box. He seems to be getting a bit of bounce, Eli Box. Benjamin having to play that one almost chest high. Sorry, that's Atenes. And so the umpires seem to have called T. So we will have a break here in play as the Dominican team, are on 127 for 4. That's after 30 overs. Again, the match starting a bit late here at the Roy St. John playing field. Alec Atenis, he's on 57 not out. Javin Benjamin, he's on 11. Some 22-run partnership between the pair. Really doing a good repair job after the loss of Fontaine. And so we will take a break and we will be back with you shortly as the Dominicans continue their innings here in the Windward Islands Senior 3-day tournament.
Alright. Same time tomorrow or 9:30?
Huh?
Same time tomorrow 9:30?
Yeah, maybe 9:30. Fine. Yeah. Or 9. When I see that
Pleasant good afternoon to all listeners and viewers. We're back here at the Royce and John playing field this evening in regards to the game between St. Lucia and Dominica in the Windward Island 4-day tournament, 3-day tournament.
So, into the last session of the day's play. Shortened days, because remember we've lost the entire morning session. And a lot to look forward to this evening, Wavell.
Yeah, most definitely. So far, it's a keenly contested game. Both teams will feel they're in the balance. Dominica slightly ahead, probably because Alec Athenes is on 59. But thus far, Legion and L-Box certainly trying to contain the Dominican batsman.
Yes, so delivery which is short outside the off stump and punch through the off stump down to the fielder at the sweeper position, the extra cover, and Javin Benjamin gets a single. So Athenas will come back into strike. Again, you have to almost refocus and settle again. So this is second session. Start of it, short outside the off stump, similar shot, but this time finding the shorter extra cover fieldsman who came across some cover to cut it off. Not struck as firmly and as away from him as the previous shot. But Athenes goes into the 60s. He's on 60. 4, so 2 runs added since the resumption. Both bats similar position in the extra cover area. So still a pretty hot, humid, well, not very sunny, but very, very humid day here. And I guess that's the way it is throughout the entire country.
Yeah, we would like to believe that in regards to the time of the year, around this time, we call it summertime in the Caribbean.
Yeah.
Also, it's around the festive season as well. And we also know around the festive season is one of the hottest, time we'll find in Grenada. So,
well, hot in every way, eh? The action, there's always lots of bits and pieces of carnival build-up action all around the country.
Yeah, most definitely.
Something to go. Yeah.
Most definitely.
The jab is practicing.
Yeah.
Yep.
And a lot of distraction as well in regards to the cricket.
Oh yes,
for the cricketers,
Yeah.
But nevertheless, we're here. If you're just joining us, Dominica won the toss, elected to bat. Stephan Pascal was a well-played 26 of 25 deliveries. Charles went for a knot. We also have Alexander, who was given out down the leg side. And we have Alec Athenes on 60. We had Fontaine, 24, well-played 24, with one rash shot and would have gotten bowled. And then we also have Benjamin on 12 of 33 deliveries. So far, the partnership is 26 so far. And we have a new bowler from the GBSSN. That looks like Tariq Edwards.
Yeah, 32, number 32. Yeah. Tariq Edwards, yeah.
The vice captain. Very good cricketer. Very smart cricketer as well. I had a chance to look at him in the SPL, St. Lucia Premier League. He was dominant. He was one of the leading run scorer with the bat for his team. He was excellent, shots all over the park. But I didn't get a chance to catch him much with the ball, so let's see what he can generate here this evening.
So far he's been a little bit flat. I guess he doesn't want to throw the ball up too much to Athenes, but sometimes he was trying. Athenes, she's into the 60s, so should be well set. Athenes now. And as we said this morning, and we can safely say again, you know, Chanting always offer you opportunities. Oh, it busts through the hands. You get the feeling it should have been taken.
Yeah, drop chance there.
Is that Millionaires? Who is that there? 76. Yeah.
L box.
Box.
What a chance.
And it's again, it's Alec Atenes. So, no, was it? No, it was.
Yeah, Alec.
Yeah, Alec Atenes. Yeah.
So I hope that doesn't cost them too much. Alec Atenes drop on 60. Short delivery, rock back, tried to pull the ball through mid wicket, but hit it straight to the fielder, and a chance go a begging.
Well, at least it was over his head, so he almost bust through the hands, because he's fairly short in there at mid wicket. Again, short outside the off stump this time. Hit towards point, this time well fielded by the fielder towards point.
So Tariq first over only goes for 2 runs, 4 dot balls. So you can say an excellent over in regards to the nature of the game. Alec Atenes moves on to 62. Jovan Benjamin 12, and 1-3-3 for 4.
Yeah, 1-3-3 for 4. So they would need probably a lot more than that, and if possible, probably wanting Atenes and Abraham to go either very close to the end of the day or beyond the end of the day today. As the pigeons continue to feed on the worms. I think there's some type of feeding there is in the grass. They find it in the grass. There is some kind of thinking that the worms are feeding, the birds feeding are associated with some kind of weather formation. Yeah. Maybe some rain in the latter stages of the game, of the evening. So another single. Atenes is on 62-13 to Benjamin, 134 for 4. Again, evenly poised, you could say, can say.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, looking at the nature of the tournament, 3 days, there's enough time to get a result, and also there's enough time for, a lot of things can happen, in a session.
Indeed.
So you don't want to get too ahead of ourselves in regards to the game, but so far it's easily poised. After losing the wicket of Fontaine, you will give St. Lucia, a slight advantage. But nevertheless, we seem to be in for a good encounter.
Yes. Well, we've seen many a test match ends in 3 days.
But
it will be Atenes to take strike. Coming forward and stroking it crisply up towards extra cover. And there's no run there for him.
So, Mr. Hector, over the years, I'm not too sure how accurate that is. Did that Windward tournament ever had a 3-day match before, or used to be only 2 days?
I think there were times that it was 3 days at some point. And then it used to be 2 days, 3 days, yeah. I don't have the data, so I don't want to stick my neck out at the moment.
Yeah, I'll have to do some research.
Yeah. The local competitions used to be 2 days, and I think the islands, the Windward Island competition, I think it used to be 2, because remember there were 2-day cricket. At one point there was even 3-day cricket at a local level in some parishes. And of course, the regional tournaments, a 4-day tournament.
So here is John to Benjamin. Well played.
Of course, Lee John, we got to call it, probably a slow bowler, doesn't really spin the ball a lot, does bowl pretty flat. And quite a bit of bounce there on this occasion.
Yeah, he would have gotten a little bit of extra bounce right there.
Yes. And
So
Benjamin trying to play a force off the back foot, which was not really unadvisable. This is much better fit to the pitch, head over the ball and stroke it nicely through the offside. And lovely timing, in fact, the fielder coming around from mid-off, never had a chance. And he just beat him into the boundary. That type of shot, sometimes as a fielder, you chase after it because it encourages the chase, because it's not really struck with immense power that you can give up the chase. You have to chase it virtually to the rope.
Yeah, excellent timing there by Gian. I mean, his head was over the ball, weight was forward, and he caressed it through the covers for 4. And so far, he's continued to look the part. He continues to look assertive, and he moves on to 17.
Yes. Bowley liquor man. See, taps away the crease again, left on it. 2 left-handers at the crease at the moment. As Lee John comes in and bowls again. This time a full toss, swap behind square. That will beat him into the boundary. It does. It goes for 4. So the fielder was at a mid-wicket position. He swept it just behind, almost towards square, just behind square on the onside, and he couldn't get around to stop the boundary. He goes for 4, so it's 4 more to Benjamin. He goes to 21, and the total 144 for 4 at the end of the over. So Tyreek Edward will continue from the GBSS end, and a little bit of expensive over there by Lee John. 2 boundaries coming out from the over. Tyreek Edward, who may feel that he should have had the wicket of Alec Artenes in the previous over. We'll try again. Artenes is on 63. He will be taking strike. 21 to Benjamin. So, Edward, foolish delivery. Nicely flighty delivery by Edward. Pushed up on the offside. It's no run. Bouncing again. Just delivered. Again, this time a relatively full length delivery. Struck up towards extra cover again. And it's no run. 144 for 4. Atenes on 63 weights. And delivery again, shortish outside the off stump, but can't find the room to free the arms. And all he could do is just tear it behind point on the offside. And there is no run. So, just behind points there where Emilius is stationed. So here's another delivery by Tyreek Edward. Again, a delivery, very low bounce, and a delivery sort of pushed through. And once again, it's towards a backward point, so it is all been backward point and extra cover so far in the over. The delivery this time short outside the also a little more room, but well done by the fielder at backward point to knocks it down and ensure that Atenas remain on 63. And the total remain 144 for 4. Tyreek Edward again, this time similar delivery, this time lost straighter by Atenas to bring up the end of a very good over by Edward. A rather economical over by him. Atenas just couldn't pick him off in this over. At the end of it, Atenas remain on 63-21 to Benjamin. As Weaver Benjamin, got a bit of Benjamin to deal with this today. Benjamin at the crease, and it's another Benjamin to my left. Good over by Tariq Edward there. So one wonders whether the conversation is about the John went for what, about 8-9 runs in the over, the last over. There may have been a little bit of some kind of injury of sort to the, look like the wicket keeper. No. Oh, in fact, Alicante is so getting some kind of repair done. Didn't see anything. We will suggest some kind of injury to Alec Artenes. Maybe just a little problem with the feet. Physio was out there.
Yeah, I think it's just a little bit of discomfort in regards to his ankle. I mean, he has been out there for a while, and outside is not in the best condition. It's humid. So I think just probably a little bit of recuperation and probably rejuvenation will probably help him so he can recover nicely. But so far, it has been a good encounter. We have seen some good cricket on show. We have seen the likes of Chico. Yeah, he has looked pretty impressive this morning in terms of, his bowling style, his posture. So there was some, good cricket earlier today. Fontaine looked pretty intact as well. One foul shot, and that's the thing about cricket. One mistake.
That's right. Yeah.
And that can cost you, your wicket or, cost you the game.
Yeah, I think that Fontaine was going very well. He just tried to sweep a ball. Probably the length wasn't quite there for that shot. It was a bit too full to attempt that shot. And as I said, one moment of miscalculation, and he was gone. Very disappointed.
Yeah, I'm disappointed myself, as a commentator. How well he had looked, through the innings, and how compact he was. And one foul shot where he didn't, capitalize and got bowled.
And that's also very frustrating for the cricket development. In fact, you have players getting into the 20s and 30s and virtually giving it away, not having the powers of concentration to continue. There is Lee John again. And this time Benjamin is forward and pushes it up towards the offside. I feel that cover comes in to do the fielding. And pretty short cover he is, but there's cover, deep extra cover on the boundary. So there's protection on the offside. This one is banged down the ground. There's a chase on. Will he get it? He dives and probably just managed to pull it in. Very good work down there. Yeah. And in fact, the batsman had only one as a delivery which was thumped down the ground, and they feel that wideish long on had some running to do. It did so, and put in the dive and managed to pull it in. So 180 to Benjamin. He goes to 22. Lecatton is on 63. Comes back into strike. We'll see how well he recovers from whatever the injury was. Comes forward and gently, nicely just pushes it up again on the offside, and there is no run. There is Lee John again. Passes umpire George. And delivery outside the off stump. Back goes Benjamin, looking to cut it somewhere behind point, but it's a very populated area from point to cover point and extra cover. So, and also a very short extra cover. Serious John comes in and bowls to Benjamin, to Artenes. Artenes looking to probably looking more to get it more in front of square, but managing to get probably more idea in a portion of the bat. A little bit loose there by Artenes.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, he would have just received some treatment. So I think in regards to his communication and vibe, he needs to reset What a shot.
Yes.
Pitch up in the slot. Head down, wait forward, and hit straight back over the bowler's head for 4.
Yes. Well, he's a very short man, but very stocky. So really strong man. So he just got underneath that. Well, it was a delivery asking for the treatment anyway.
Yes, definitely. Flighted.
Floated up. Yeah.
Slow it in the air. And Gian made no mistake. Watch it onto this bat and hit it straight over the bowler's head for almost a beautiful 4.
Yes. Yeah.
He moves on to 26. Alec Atenes moves on to 64.
Yeah.
And the 150 comes up for Dominica as well.
Yes. 150 for 4.
In 35 overs.
Right, yes. See, just going at a decent enough pace, 3-day encounter. It's pretty cool outside, you know. It's pretty coming into a pretty cool evening. Not as humid as it was this morning at all. And the delivery short, and Anthony's looking to get it behind point and not really timing it well. It bounces away towards the field at point. There's no run. Edward again pitches up and pushes up again towards extra cover this time. And there can be no runs.
And so far, Edward has been really consistent on that off-stump line. He has been coming not too slow, but with good pace and holding the off-stump line. And Alec Atenes has been playing the ball on its merit as well. They're getting onto the front foot and pushing it to short extra cover.
Good cricket all around. Here is Edward again. See a lot of that. Probably just looking to contain, just looking to squeeze. Yeah. Really firing it into the pitch, and ball getting to Atenes at a pretty good height. I think that the only thing he can do is to push it down on the on and off side. Here is Tariq Edward again to bowl to Atenes. Atenes trying to make some room to force it through the offside. But as I said, the offside is so well populated. And nice angles in which the field are set very well.
Yeah, most definitely. Everyone seems to be in the correct angle, correct determinator of the game.
Oh, he goes for a huge one again. Probably just using concentration. It was serious, crucial time for the batsman, the batter day. Just recent time we've seen him go for a couple shots which really, you can see maybe out of character based on the inning he has played so far.
What he needs to do, he needs to regroup, speak to himself, make sure he get back into that frame of mind. Because so far he have been getting a little bit risky, have been taking too much chances, and I hope he not too many.
And I have to say too that Tariq Edward has bowled pretty well to him. He hasn't been able to maneuver the ball in the manner in which he would have hoped for. So another over by Tariq Edward. At the end of it, so Tariq Edward so far has bowled 2.3 overs. Yeah. 2 runs, 1 maiden. So he's been pretty tight, and Atenes have tried to manufacture some type of way to get the ball away, which he's not quite successful in doing yet. But it will be Turner Benjamin who will face Lee John again. Then he comes securely forward. And again forward. Player short extra cover has been really quite busy in recent times. Bowlers have certainly tightened up the line, the lengths. And again, he comes forward this time, pushes it up towards a short made-off position. So they've had this player position there probably for a drive that isn't kept down for the duration of the play so far.
Here comes John again. pushing on to the offside. No run. So far, good bowling and good disciplined cricket by the batter as well.
Yes. The only this time cracked it through the offside. The fielder at deep cover comes around to field and single, another single to Benjamin. He goes to 27. By extras is at 9, 151 for 4. As John, final ball of what should be his 10th over. He's had a fairly long spell. Of course, that was punctuated by the T interval as he comes in on bowls at delivery. In line with the stumps, and all Atenas can do is to go onto the back foot and play it upon the offside. So we've come to the end of the over, the end of that over number 10 by Lee John. The Dominicans there 151 for 4. And just looking to consolidate and with the hope of probably pushing this total well up by the end of the day.
Yeah, most definitely. Thus far, the partnership has been going pretty well. 46 runs. Partnership in that format, you know, is substantial. And what we hope that they can carry on and go on and you know, make use of another wonderful start. I mean, the purpose of this cricket is for guys to go on and score big runs and to get selected and make the selector's job difficult. So you want to see when guys get this sort of start, they can, you know, capitalize and go on. Oh, here comes Edwards again. But Edwards seems to be one of the more, you know, strategical bowlers in regards to variation and planning. You know, so far the batters haven't looked comfortable in regards to, you know, how they go about playing him. So
Benjamin managed to pick a single out behind square on the offside and going well back and across and finding the room to play down behind point. They've been trying that for quite a while, especially Atenas. Wasn't successful. And as Edward has mixed his piece up very nice. He does like this one, he tossed it up very nicely. Atenas didn't take the bait. So quite a good battle taking place out there.
yeah, most definitely. Keenly contest battle. Edward seems to be slightly on top. In regards to having the batters playing a lot of false stroke, you know, at him.
Yes, and again, Atenas probably, I don't know if he's just seemed a little bit unsettled since tea.
I'm not too sure if the injury would have affected him in regards to his decision making.
And straight to him. Well, I was just saying that he did look a little bit itchy after tea. He was not looking too secure. And he got a rank long hop. And he could only put it in the hand of the lone fielder and he did mid-wicket boundary. He didn't have to move an inch. And in the end, a rather soft way for Atenas to go.
Yeah. Really soft dismissal. I think that was a poor delivery. And he would have rocked back one fielder on the leg side and would have hit it straight to that one fielder. And that would have been one of a poor shot selection and poor decision making by Alec. But in regards to a couple deliveries ago, he would have looked very unsettled. I'm not too sure if the injury would have affected him in regards to his ankle. But nevertheless, the game continues. So Alec Atenas, well played 64 of 85 deliveries, 148 minutes between the wickets. So a new batsman, Jed Joseph.
Well, his teammates just acknowledging the efforts of Alec Atenas, but you know, as I said, one just felt in the last few minutes he was just becoming a little bit agitated, and it was probably one of the period when, you know, need to just get his attention and get him back on track. Jed Joseph.
Yeah.
Two Joseph there, Jed and Michael Joseph. Don't know if they're related. Lucia and St must be very, very, very happy to see the back of Alec Atenes. He's one man who probably has the ability and stuff to spoil the party for them. They'll see the back of him. Well, it's a delivery that was probably not the best delivery at all bowled by Tariq. But it got the result he was looking for anyway.
Yeah.
And that's what the game is about. It's about results, success. And Lucia must be cock a hoop now as a delivery to push forward up towards the shortish mid-on. But the end of another very good over by Tariq Edward, one in which he got the important wicket of very, very important wicket of Alec Atenes. Atenes, as I said, who batted quite resolutely throughout the afternoon so far. But he has gone. And the score at the moment 152 for 5. You get the feeling that even Dominica can be too comfortable so far with that total.
No, not at all. I mean, they will need to see how much they can pile out based on how the wicket is playing. You think you need at least 250 for a good first innings total with the good batting that St. Lucia has. But let's not take for granted Dominica will have one of the faster bowlers in the tournament, Tyson. So it will be a keenly contested game. We have Lee John to bowl to Benjamin. Benjamin, well played. Front foot would have been well out his crease. And full face of the bat presented to the bowler.
So he have fought doggedly on 28. And now that Atenes is gone, it will be up to him to continue to push the total of Dominica on. Another short delivery, short of a length delivery. And Benjamin is, as I said, is a pretty short man, so.
Yeah, after the wicket of Alec Atenes, you'll have seen the lifting spirit, in Team St. Lucia. Everyone is chopping.
Goes again straight down the ground and well over the man at mid-off, and that will go all the way. So that's 6 by Benjamin, and delivery again pitched up. It seems like he likes it there. Anytime the bowler has tossed it up and he just get to the pitch and lift it, and it went high and handsome down to the boundary, over the boundary for 6 in fact.
Yeah, he's a guy who's packed a punch. Once you put it in his half, he will definitely be enticed to distribute it to the boundary.
Yes, he did.
And there he's got maximum runs there in that delivery. So I feel change.
Yes, and John again this time bowling a lot straighter. Delivery is paid up towards extra cover. $158 for 5. Delivery by John again, almost just probably pushed through a little quicker than previous. And the batsman can only defend it up into the offside, and there is no run. So at the end of it, 34 to Benjamin. Jed Joseph, not yet scored, 158 for 4. C'est Laetitia.
So far, it's been a keenly interesting encounter. Tariq Edwards, would have been the one to really make a difference in regards to the partnership with Alec Atenes and Gian Benjamin. So far, he looks pretty good. So far, he's bowled 4 overs, 2 maidens, 3 runs, 1 wicket, and not realizing the damage he has been doing to the Dominican batsmen. But here he comes again to the not yet off the mark, Jed Joseph. Driven firmly down to mid-on, which is Stephen Natram.
hitting straight down. Bowler fumbling to stop it, couldn't quite get through. And they crossed for a single. Shadrack had one again. Slater just making sure all his fielders are in the perfect position. And he moves in now to bowl to Benjamin, who comes forward and just stops it in his track. The ball going backward instead. Let's see how tear up ball it was. Really not looking to push the ball too much at all. Outside you have someone again, good bounce.
An excellent take there by the wicket keeper.
Made on. It crosses for a single. A single which brings Benjamin to 35. One it is to Joseph, 160 for 5.
So there is a leg slip and a short leg in place for Joseph. Well batted there by the young man. Yes. Full faith of the bat. Well played back to the bowler.
Delivery tossed up, really teasing the batters, begging them to try to hit him down the ground. Another change this time. There's a silly made off. So lots of pressure being brought to bear. Here's Edward. Moves and driven through the offside. They're going for one. He'll be back for the second. That will beat him to the boundary, sure. Yes, it does. So once that ball crosses that halfway mark on the boundary, it's very difficult to pull back, as the fielder realize. So it's 4 to Joseph. Takes him on to 5. 35 it is for Benjamin. 164 is the for 5 is the latest score here.
So far, batsmen are getting value for money in regards to the shot selection. You know, because how quick and how glorious the outfield is, we are definitely getting the best value for money here. So batsmen don't have to be rational. You know, all you expect from them is good timing, and once I think they get good timing, they will get runs and pierce the infield. So here comes John again into Benjamin. Benjamin drive, excellent stop there. In short extra cover by L-Box. St. Lucia seems to have a little pep in his step after getting the wicket of Alec Atenes.
Well, that's quite natural. Alec Atenes is the one probably who would have really hurt them very bad. Gotten rid of him. 164 for 5. Push through a little quicker. There's been very good variation by the bowlers so far. Oh, the ball, yes. There's a boundary as the ball goes down behind square. For 4, the fielder coming around from mid wicket just couldn't get around to stop it. It goes into the boundary for 4. So that takes Benjamin to 39. He's playing a useful little knock here. 168 for 5. which is again driven this time straight to the man at shortest extra cover. Yes, and this has been a good position, by a filling position for the St. Lucian. Number of deliveries having been played into that area. Short outside the off stump, and this time just cramping him for room as he goes back to try to force it. Couldn't extend the arm to get the power, and can score 168 for 5.
So far, you must commend Lee John. He's much more consistent in his second spell.
And another sweep shot down the leg side. That will run into the boundary for 4 again. So a delivery this time, just straying on 2 occasions on the pad and being punished. This time drifting down the leg side. And of course Benjamin, who is a little man, very low center of gravity, just went on his knees and swept it behind square and pick up 4 more to take him on to 43 and to take the total on to 172 for 5.
So far, Benjamin is looking to bring up a half century in the tournament. So far, we have seen approximately about 3 half centuries so far in the tournament. We had 1 from this game and 2 from the game in last address. So far. So we look forward, and so far it's good for cricket. It's good for the tournament. You know, selectors have to get their pen to paper and start calculating, you know, how good someone can be.
There is Edward, and Joseph comes forward and plays it in front of him. There's no run. There's Edward, and sweeps well down behind square on the offside. That will run close to the boundary. Good. In fact, the fielder went diving away to his right, but couldn't stop it, and it went away to the boundary for 4. So we've seen a couple sweep shots come out for the first time. Tariq Edward is a little bit full and down the leg side. So far, he has really maintained good line, good length. As we see a lovely sunshine out here. We haven't seen much of the sun during the course of the day. Probably it was more of a humid situation, not bright and sunny as we would say. And delivery which Joseph just walks across the off stump and plays it down on the onside, and there is no run. So 43 to Benjamin, 9 to Joseph, 176 for 5. As we've already greeted now with brilliant sunshine.
Yeah, definitely. The sunshine is, as you say, remarkable.
Edge gun dropped. And that will run close to the boundary. Will they get there? I don't think it will get there. They may come back for 3. And yes, they got 3. So Joseph, a wide-ish delivery, and having a swish and Milius, they should be at the slip position. They couldn't hold on to this one. And it's probably one he should have taken.
Yeah, I think with a comfortable height, should have taken to that for being a player of that pedigree, representing the Volcanoes and playing for West Indies, captain in West Indies 19. You expect him to take those. But nevertheless, the game moves on. Another chance go a begging. So that's 2 drop catch so far for the day.
Yes, and what, as I said, has become a brilliant evening now, bright sunny evening. Good scene ground now, and driven up into the offside position as Benjamin is growing more and more confident as the inning progresses. He's on 44. Joseph was given the chance earlier, back on strike. He's on 12, 180 for 5.
Let's hope that it doesn't cost him too much, you know, giving Joseph a chance. There comes Tariq again.
This time he's securely forward, much more secure looking defensive shot, and plays it away to bring up the end of another over by Tariq Edward. The 6th, 2 maidens, 17 runs, 1 wicket. So probably would have looked a lot more decent if he had picked up that wicket. But that's the nature of the game anyway.
Yeah, it's glorious uncertainties, and things do happen. But what you do, you expect him to take, you know, those sort of chances, you know, because of the level of cricket he has played, you know, over the years. But nevertheless, the game goes on, and we have John again. Lee John into his 13th over will continue from the bakery end to Benjamin.
So,
He do have one slip, one backward a point, 1 point, one extra cover, one shot cover, one mid on, and one long off.
The bridge is, he didn't do the offside. The little man going down on one knee and looking to pierce that gap between point and cover. He managed to find the field at point. There's a point and there's a short third man, if I could call it that. Delivery which played up back towards the bowler. The fielder at that very shortish extra cover. Fields and throws it back to John, who comes back again. This time he's back and just plays it with very soft hands. The ball almost stopping, in fact, stopped before he got to the short extra cover fieldsman. So 44, Benjamin remains. Oh, hits that beautifully. The use of the feet, he came down the track and he hit that, and that went a long way. And umpire George just lifting the arms. Did have some exercise in recent time. I think that went out of the ground. That may have gone well, right out of the ground. We well.
Yeah, and that 50 for Benjamin.
And he really brought it up in style. It was a delivery, pitch up on the pad, and he came down the track, lifted one leg, and it is straight over long on, wideish long on, and he went away for 6. We will acknowledge the applause from his teammates over on the stand on the western side. It has been a good, gutsy little inning. He stayed around with Alec Atenes all the time, and now that Atenes has gone, has really taken control.
Yeah, most definitely. What a way to bring up your 50. Using your feet to a spin bowler to hit him over mid-wicket for 6. I mean, that shows the level of confidence he has as a player, and that shows what kind of state of mind he is as well. He's playing free, he's doing well, and hope he can continue and go on to score a big one.
Yes, well, he's not. I don't want to say not a big man, but he's probably one of the shortest player in the match today.
Yeah, in the tournament as well.
Probably in the tournament. He's a very short guy, but does pack a punch. And he did pack a punch there, because that one went right, I think, right across the road he may have gone, as the umpire's looking in that direction. I can't recall seeing the ball come back yet. Clean strike. So he's on 50. Give us the details of his 50. Started off playing really the Shitanka while Atenes were there. Now that Atenes has gone, has accepted the responsibility on his own.
Excellent 50. Only took him 68 deliveries.
Right.
He was out there in 79 minutes. Hit 7 fours, 2 sixes.
Wonderful.
And a strike rate of 73.53.
Well, it may not be very easy to get that ball. They may have to replace it. It's going across the road, and there's quite some hedges over on the other side. Well, you would know that. And the ball could have gone in there, and it would be very difficult to find.
Yes, most definitely, because of the nature of the ground. There are a lot of bushes over on that side. And because of this time of the year, most of the fields are very much green. Most of the bushes are very much growing because of the rain and the sunshine. So that's why the place should be, and probably is green. So the ball should be probably hiding somewhere within the bushes.
It's possible. 186 for 5. As the players just refresh themselves a bit. And indeed we see the third umpire here just going out with a box of balls. That was one of the bigger ones we've seen here for a while. We went go and clean out of the ground out there. It's about the longest part of the boundary. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. In my time here, I saw Andrew Fletcher. In my younger days, hit one on the port.
Yes.
And I saw there's a Polish tournament at the bakery. Somebody would have hit one at the bakery.
Yeah.
So this one is up there. Those are the three podium sixes right here. But I'm not too sure in regards to measurement which one is longer.
Well, I have to say that I've been around some cricket in a while too, played in some matches where they went a very, very long way too. Quite a few that have gone out quite regularly out of the ground into the homemade area. So a few yes have gone onto the port. I don't know what ship they would have left with, but yeah, certainly headed for the port. So a very good 50 by Benjamin. You'll be proud of that. So I guess they would have gotten a ball which is of similar way to the one that went out of the ground. That's the problem with change of ball. You could never get one which is of the same way. It could be of similar, but never the same.
Never the same.
Of course, Grenada is in battle in Lassages. Maybe you'll give us a little update as to what the situation is in Lassages.
So Grenada is 255 for 7. In bat you have Kurt Murray on 39 and Sean Lewis on 2. Yes. So far the game in Lassages seems to be pretty much in a balance as well. St. Vincent will have a very strong batting lineup and a very good hard-hitting team. So you don't want to take nothing, but also Grenada have one of the most experienced bowling lineup within the tournament.
Yes.
So
and there's still quite a bit of batting. Lewis is there. Of course, one of the Cut Murray is out. One of them would have been dismissed. You still Sherman Lewis's batting is quite handy with the bat. Of course, there's Preston also. Preston Maxwin, Cyrus. Yeah. So there's still a bit of batting to come for Grenada.
Yeah, most definitely.
As Benjamin, who is on 51. So coming in to strike now is Joseph. And I think if Benjamin do get his support, he seems like the type of batsman that has the stamina and the temperament to bat for long and to make big scores.
Yeah, most definitely. He's been around the Windward setup for a while. I mean, for the last couple of years, he's been one of the potential wicket keepers. Yes. Last season, he would have, the season prior, he would have gotten a couple of games with the Volcanoes. So he's definitely somebody to watch.
It's a bad delivery, which is swept well, almost tugged down towards backward square, down towards long leg. The fielder, the backward square leg, Bungee come around to his right to do the fielding. To give another single to Joseph at the end of the over. So he will take strike at the start of the next over. He's on 13.51 to Benjamin. 188 for 5. Yeah, the Roy St. John playing field. So, pretty quiet evening here. his son, who came out for a bluff just about half an hour ago, has left us once again. We were just praising how brightly the sun was shining. All of a sudden it has, maybe the clouds have said, oh no.
Yeah, I think the players will relish this moment, you know, the cool in the evening. I mean, as a cricketer being in the sun for the entire day, it's a difficult task, so they will relish this moment. But here comes Tariq again, flighted this one. Well played there by Jed Joseph.
Yes.
So far, we have seen some good talent on show with both bat and ball. The Dominicans was very correct with the bat, just a few lapses in concentration.
Wow. A serious mix up there, and probably, I know they goes for it. It will go into the boundary too. So bad cricket all around there by the St. Lucian. What should have turned out to be a chance, maybe a clear run-out chance, miscommunication between both men. There was a slight fumble, but really not a good job. And then a really awful throw. It went away to the boundary for 4. So, yeah.
Yeah, poor Peter cricket all around.
Yes.
Poor
cricket,
communication
really
in
cricket
regards to the running. Poor throw there by the fielder.
No, he didn't. It wasn't signaled for. I don't think it was. No. So it probably didn't get it. In fact, the batsmen are just asking whether or not he did cross the line. So here they are on his way, and again looking to sweep top edge. It will go down to behind square on the onside. It gone for 1, they back for the second, and it will be what 2 runs signaled by 2 runs, and as looking to sweep and probably looking to hit it too hard. The ball coming off the top edge and ballooning over the head of the field at what is a short fine leg. Now it's just been pushed back a wee bit more. So 193. So 195 in fact it was, yes, with the boundary from the overthrow. It's Joseph, who is on 20. Oh, beaten outside the off stump, and good delivery again by Tariq Edward Joseph. They're pushing and prodding at it outside the off stump, and the ball going through into the glove of the wicketkeeper Noel Leo. Is that 195 for 5? Nice drive. Oh, again another mix up there. This time, who is that? The Descarte that's there, coming across to his left and making a hash of it. It was hit firmly though, but it was one he should have saved.
Yeah, I think he took his eyes off on it, just a little too early.
Just trying to plead his cause, probably seeing that he came across too quickly and couldn't stop himself, and ball went through to the boundary for 4. But being at mid-off, he should have been able to see he had enough time to line this one up.
Yeah, I think what happened is he didn't get his body behind the ball.
No, never did. Probably the ball struck a little firmer than he anticipated. But this brings up the end of another over, quite eventful one. There was overthrows, there was all sorts of run-out chance, all sorts of activities, things happening in the over. At the end of the day, it ended 199 for 5, and Dominica would be, I think, a little bit relieved when they see the 200 come up. Benjamin is on 51. Joseph, who had pushed on quite nicely too, he's on 24. Finally, there will be a change of bowling at the northern end. 13 overs from Lee. 13 overs, no maiden, 67 runs, 1 wicket. There will be a change.
So you'll see Chico.
has come back.
Tyrell Chico is coming back from the bakery end here at the Royston Dodge playing field. He was one of the leading bowlers this morning in regards to using the pace and using the wicket. He had a spell of 7 overs, 2 maidens, 32 runs, 2 wickets. So St. Lucia is going back to the trump card.
Yeah. And at the end of the day, Tyke Edward figures would have been just tainted a bit in the last over or two. Did go for a few boundaries, some of which were 4 over throws and plus misfields and maybe signs of, because we draw towards later in the day, maybe signs of tiredness and lack of concentration on the part of the fielders. These things don't happen. Cricket is not a boys' game at all.
I wouldn't disagree with you. What I can tell you, it's not difficult. It's not easy being outside there. It's a very, very difficult task.
Yeah, pushing one up firmly towards, went firmly towards Descarte, who is now being followed. He's seen by the ball now. The ball will be following him wherever he goes after that bit of fielding.
That's how the game goes.
Yeah, and Benjamin, who just had a look at the bottom of his bat, suggesting that probably he didn't quite hit it as sweetly, didn't hit the sweet spot on the bat. Of course, they say that, 5 or 6 inches from the bottom of the bat is where you'll find the sweet spot. And he's come back and doesn't really warm into his work, but certainly one could see that the pace is already up, close to what he was bowling this morning. So it'll be interesting to see if that late in the evening, he had 7 overs this morning, if he will still be able to find the energy.
So far, he looks pretty good. He looks pretty accurate. So here comes Chico again.
Right time around, steered down towards sleep. There is no run. It's back to his mark. Tall, slim young man. Oh, shot. Well, probably didn't quite time it as well as one thought, and probably expecting to see this one rushing through the covers, but the fielder at the 200 has come up, so the round of applause for the 200. And again, you'll give us the figures as to how long it took the Dominican to bring up 200. Very important milestones.
So far, the 200 is up, and it took them 44 overs and 4 deliveries to get to that milestone, with some wonderful batting by Alec Atenez and Gian Benjamin.
Maybe just heading down the leg side, and as umpire George not interested in just walk across and to ensure that the leg by would be signaled. So another extra, and now take extra onto 10, 201 for 5.
So far, George seems to be very, very confident in his decision making.
Yes,
and accurate as well.
Yes, very good performance so far by him. I think sometimes we talk a lot about the players' performance and we forget the officials, whose performance probably is even more important
than the players.
When they do not perform good, it's chaos, problems. Perform well, Shorter side, you have some steer down towards backward point. Fielder comes off the boundary and returns return to the wicketkeeper. Strong return, and there is a singer. So a singer which takes Benjamin to 53, and the total to 202 for 5 at the end of the over.
So we have drinks.
So it will be another what is we call a hydration break is what it's called these days. They call it drinks. Yeah. Of course, during that period, what type of drinks you're allowed to have when you played cricket? You know, some water, juice, or some sort of energy drink or anything.
In my era, it was never a problem. Once was liquid.
Yeah, right.
Any form of liquid, that is conducive to the body.
Yeah.
I mean, whether it's juice, whether it's water, whether it's
no beers, no beers. And
well, I mean, I wouldn't recommend any sportsman to consume alcohol.
All right.
While on the pitch.
But we've heard stories of players having 1 or 2 during the breaks and stuff and things and so on and so forth.
But not to take away from anybody, but you got a lot of sportsmen who will perform better after having a cool beer.
Is that something psychological, mental, whatever?
Just refresh. Everybody taste buds is different.
Right.
And what will refresh you wouldn't refresh me.
Right.
What will rejuvenate me mightn't rejuvenate you.
Yes.
So some people will have a state of mind where a beer will probably be the best thing to rejuvenate them.
Yeah. Question is it the best thing? That's the other question.
Well,
when you take it, do you believe that you're performing better? I don't know. So.
You believe you perform better when you're comfortable, when you're in the right state of mind.
Okay.
So if having a beverage will probably make you perform better, so be it.
Okay. So any performance, we shouldn't. I know as sportsmen we have to stay away from performance enhancing substances, I should say.
I mean, with the world today and what's been happening in regards to sports across the world, I mean, so many different things you can take, because if you're gonna have a Gatorade, the electrolytes will help you perform. So whatever you take basically will enhance you in some way or the other. Even water.
Yes.
Water will help you to perform based on how much you intake.
I know.
So it all depends on how you want to look at the performance enhancement. But any intake into the body will help you.
Yes, I think if you want to assess it properly, you stand and look at the road on Carnival, and you see some people you thought that they couldn't even walk, and when you see how high they jump in and their performance on the road, and it's all because of something they have ingested or something they have taken, Yeah. But but everything has its place and time, and but of course, we have to be clean as sports people, sportsmen and women. Yeah. So you see the sun now beginning to, as it begins to set down over on the western side. Yeah, a little bit of sunshine that still remains. We'll look at just in front of us over on into the St. George's area, over towards the cathedral side, Cathedral of St. George's. Of course, yes. I don't know when the producer will employ the drones and will give us a aerial view of our surroundings.
I think he made mention on the last day, which is the third day.
Okay.
He will give us a overall view of the playing field, and we'll have the cricket from the bird eye view.
Right.
They call it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Get show off Grenada, show off the areas to other beautiful place it is. Yeah.
Definitely, Grenada is a wonderful country. It's a tri-island state for those who are listening over in Dominica and St. Lucia and throughout the world and haven't been to Grenada as yet, we want to
Yes,
urge you
yes.
down. Come on down and enjoy the Spice Island. It's our carnival season.
Yeah.
And we expect, nothing much good showing. Come and enjoy, the local culture in regards to the jab and enjoy some local cuisine.
And of course, our heritage, our architectural structures. You see a lot of the French and British influences in the churches and some of the buildings still around. So, yeah.
So we just want to urge everyone across the world, across the universe, please find the time and come down to the Spice Isle. We welcome you.
Yeah.
We are the Isle of Spice, where everything is nice.
Authority would probably give you an award. We will.
No,
But you want a pretty good job at promoting.
No, we just want to make sure we country in a good place. With one where we love people and we try to make everyone happy when it comes to Grenada. Our hospitality is like no other,
Yeah, see, that's our greatest asset, the people and the warmth of the people. Yeah.
Well, one of the things, if you go around and you ask any one of the cricketers which country they like to go to the most, and the majority will say Grenada.
Yeah.
When they come here, how free they can be and how the people are hospitable and they don't have to ask for anything. Everything is presented to them.
Yes.
So guys, we're back to the cricket. Dominica would have won the toss and decided to bat. They among 202 for 5. Top scoring so far is Alec Atenes, but he would have been dismissed on 64. We have Gian Benjamin, who is still at bat, on 53, and Jed Joseph on 24. All right. St. Lucia.
Another change of bowling. Descarte has returned. I think, there's very astute captaincy. When you make a certain error in the field, the captain will throw the ball to you to make amends. If I was saying to Descarte, you give a boundary, come get the man out now as a result for that.
But what I can tell you, Descarte have the opportunity and have the ability
to make amends.
Right. He's one who is very experienced and play at the highest level of cricket within the region.
Yes. Well, has done it over and over for the Windwards, but started one slanting down the leg side, which Benjamin just slide inside and allowed to go across his body down the leg side to be taken by the keeper. Yes, Descarte wearing number 57 on his back. And bowling from the GBSS end. And a ball nicely driven, but there is protection out in the deep behind point on the offside. And the batsman can only get a single, so another good shot by Benjamin. Nice control. He has certainly batted with excellent control and has never really at any time seems ruffled or seems, just keep on doing it, just going.
And you have to give him credit. You have to give him credit for, how he has played thus far. He's on 54 and we haven't been given a chance.
Yes.
And that's the kind of level of assertiveness you like to see as a batter. You take control of your innings. You want to manifest, what you practice. And that is great to see so far, and I hope he can go on to score a big one.
And Joseph edges that down through the slip area. That will run into the boundary for 4. So one which almost turned him around, hustled him in a sense, came off the outer portion of the bat and went between the fielders at first and second slip and away to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, we spoke about
between slip and gully. Yeah,
we spoke about Shadrack coming in and creating that chance the team desired, and there was a half a chance. I don't think he'd carry.
No, he didn't.
But that as a bowler, you tend to look at that and say, something will come at any point and any moment.
And bowling is already a hard job, so all these little victories, you you take it. gain a delivery and a good line, probably a little shorter than he wants to be, or he would have liked to be, because the one which took the edge earlier was a little bit fuller than that. And went away for 4. But St. Lucia making what is probably a final push to see if they can get rid of 1 or 2 more wickets before the close of play this evening. 207 for 5. Descarte on his way, and this time bowling short, starting to try a few things. And there were a couple of them which went quite high over the head of the bowler, which was quite called wide, and probably was questionable. But all in all, the umpires they're doing a pretty good job so far.
Yeah, excellent. I think the umpires are doing a really impressive job. Not to, the earlier dismissal.
Pitches it up and just got Phil into his own bowling, just threatening Benjamin there, jaying him out of his crease as the over comes to an end. And at the end of it, 207 for 5. Benjamin is on 54, 28 to J. Joseph. And as you say, the evening continued to be nice and bright. This morning there was some scare for rain, and thinking that they may have gotten a little bit of weather, which thank God didn't quite come away if it did pass somewhere. But there was a lot of rain on the South Trinidad side and so on and so forth.
But so far we couldn't ask for a better day in regards to being able to play cricket. I mean, the conditions is top tier. Also the outfield, you couldn't ask for a better outfield in regards to a batting standpoint. Quick, lightning quick, and the wicket, it seems to be batting friendly.
That's typical Tantin wicket. When you come, batters will most of the time lick their lips. I've seen you get a few very quickly here too, well. Yeah, so you would know the conditions, and you would know what when you come here you want to bat, you want to get a bat, you want to get out there and bat in Tantin. There's no real devils in the wicket. Turned away on the onside, and she get an easy single. There's no one inside. This morning, earlier they would have had a player just in short mid-wicket around that area. Now the field is being pushed out a little bit more. So these singles are for easier hard.
I think St. Lucia is a little bit defensive.
Yeah.
We're trying to contain Dominica from scoring quickly. But what St. Lucia have to realize is the more they imply the pressure, the more the batsman will try to be encouraged to play more free. Yes. The moment you go on the defensive aspect, batters tend to be more relaxed. But here comes Chico again. Very good run up, smooth, fluent.
Short delivery, and quickly underneath was Joseph, and allow it to go through, taken by the keeper. And as Son has come back out to challenge us, we will.
Yeah, I think the Son decided he's going to give us a run for our money in the commentary booth.
Yes, yeah, come back and he's challenging us here. Yeah.
But I must say, Chico looks very, very well. I'm not too sure if the selectors are watching, but in regards to his fluency and, the way he runs in.
Down the leg side this time, yes. But there is something there to work with, It's good to see these young guys, coming through and. But we're still struggling though as a region to produce the type of bowlers with the type of pace that some of our bowlers had in the past, where bowler after bowler come to the fore, pretty quick and hostile fast bowlers. Another short one, sliding down the leg side, there is no run. I don't know if it has something to do with the conditions. Maybe the wicket are not as fast and as pacey and as encouraging to bowl fast than as before. I don't know.
I think over the years, most of the wickets across the Caribbean, especially within the Windwards, the pace aspect would have depreciated. When you look at most of the wickets within the Windwards, it's not as quick as it used to be. So, you know, in the earlier years, you know, bowlers would have looked faster than now. And then
Smash down the ground. There's a chase. It's gone for one. They'll come back for the second. It will run close to the boundary, knock down just before, and two is all they will have. As Joseph was growing in confidence, I think. He's moved to 30. 55 it is to Benjamin. 210 for 5, so on, and incrementally by and by the totals have been built up, and St. Lucia probably will start beginning to feel the heat as it is.
Definitely.
So they need to take some wickets and take some quickly. The fall of Athens, I don't think had opened up the door the way they wanted for them. It's been another very good partnership flicked down towards backward square again, this time by Joseph. So he's looking better and better, which is not a good sign for the St. Lucian. He's gone to 31, 55. Benjamin comes back on strike, 211 for 5 at the end of the over. In fact, it's the end of the over, therefore Joseph would be on strike for the next over. Oh no, I thought it was Grenada. What we have seen very well in recent times has been the spinners has done most of the damage. Spinners in the region, even foreign teams coming here now and, you know, realizing that, you know, they have to depend on spin because our conditions seem to favor the spinners. Flash at it outside the off stump. Well, the umpires remain as constant as they say as the morning star.
Yeah, unmoved.
Yeah. And she remained on his side. It was a wide one. It was slanting even further. And Joseph had a swoosh at it outside the off stump field to make contact. Descarte will continue trying all sorts of tricks in his armor. See if he can dismiss one of these guys. Deliver this time on the stumps, but solidly being behind it as Joseph.
Joseph looked really compact. I mean, looked like a very positive player. Whenever he given an opportunity to score, he tried to maximize. And whenever he have a very solid defense as well. And thus far, everyone seems to look the part.
Short and tucked off the body. Just making some height almost underneath the armpit. Getting nicely in behind it and tucking it away towards square leg. The fielder comes off the square leg boundary and does the field in a single to Joseph. It takes him on to 32. Benjamin comes back into strike on 55. 212 for 5. There's a delivery outside the off. Some maybe anything just coming coming off the outer portion of the bat of Benjamin. You're just surprised by probably a little bounce or for some time the wicket did seem probably just a little bit too paced. Maybe some coming on a little bit better than the others.
I think it has to do with in terms of the bowlers and using the variation.
Well, that may be
to
so.
do with the wicket.
That may be so.
But I think the bowlers using the slower balls, the cutters and so on are probably one of the reasons.
Yes. And in conditions like that, it is so important that you do that because you'll have to find ways and means of getting the batsmen to make a false stroke, and that's the only way you can do that because the wicket is of such a true nature. Short outside the awesome, he goes for he's caught behind. He walks, he didn't even wait, hardly even wait for the keeper, and almost a rather Saturday, and we say the first time, first error, first mistake on his part, he went. As I said, Descarte really was working hard, bowling the short ball, bowling it, and you can see him trying to prize him out. Eventually, Benjamin was not very tall, probably went to, what did he do, square cut one or something, probably making a little more height than he thought.
I think the extra bounce.
Bunks, yes, would have done him.
Would have done him.
Yeah.
But what we didn't realize, he was starved to strike.
Strike, yes,
for a long time.
Yes.
So probably a lack of concentration.
Yeah.
Will be the reason for that false stroke.
Yeah. And we did see him afterwards probably essaying the shot he should have played, which was to just lift the bat and to keep the bat down and allow it to go. But see, that was not to be. But a good innings, nonetheless. He did pull St. Lucia out of an area that threatened, a situation that threatened, to give St. Lucia quite a good position in the game.
So we have new batsman,
Yeah,
Micah Joseph.
Yeah.
He'll be facing up to Shadrack Descarte. We'll have one delivery to survive.
212 for 6. So they're beginning to see an opening, a very lower order of this Lucia team. One doesn't know exactly how competent they are. But nowadays you find lower order batsmen quite competent. They can stick around for a while.
So Micah is basically known for his left arm spin.
Yes.
So I'm not too sure how competent he is with the bat. But let's hope he can, get some valuable runs for his team here this afternoon.
And stay around with his son namesake. I don't know what relation they are. If any at all, I don't know. They're both Joseph, and I want to think that they may be of some kind of relation. Maybe you will get that information. So Descarte has come to the end of a successful over. So it was a good move on the part to bring him back, to break the partnership. 212 for 6. Micah Joseph is on not. Jed Joseph is on 32. And Descarte was bowled, what's about 12 overs, no maidens, 37 runs, 1 wicket. And it will be now the chance of Chico, the top of his mark. The sun comes out again in his brilliance. Just flexing his muscle in the pitches up and tucked off the toes. Good shot. That will challenge the fielder who comes across and will field it just inside the boundary. And Jed Joseph will come back for a second to take him on to 34. See, Micah Joseph hasn't yet faced. He's faced only one delivery. $214 for 6. Oh man, just losing his foot in there, didn't release the ball. Dead ball will be signaled by the umpire. So Lucia a little more attacking now. They've employed another slip, so there are 3 slips basically, or 2 slips on a gully. You'd feel that they had run a little flat and when the partnerships are building and flourishing. on the body again. Tucked away past the fielder, short leg for another single. So it's 35 to Jed. Jed goes to 35. Micah Joseph, who has just come in, is on not. So he will take strike from Chico. Micah Joseph. Oh, gets a good one. Shot really got his attention there. And late in the evening, Chico still managing to find some pace.
Yeah, he's definitely impressing me.
Yes.
Yeah, he's definitely impressing me. His attitude towards the game, you can see he's passionate. He's loving the game, and every delivery he bowls it like he wants to be a part of the game. You know?
Yeah, that was a good short one to get for second ball.
But Micah also seems to be up for the challenge, Joseph.
Yeah, well, he has to be. I think if he's going to survive. He's a big man. Comes forward.
Very unorthodox.
Yeah, no, yeah. Some people it's very comically. Yeah. Seemed like it took him a little while to line up the delivery.
But if at the start of the day, St. Lucia would have asked Dominica to be 205.
They would have taken that, yeah?
Yeah, definitely.
This time a slow ball, not out, says the umpire. One could have seen it deceived there by a slow one, and probably fainted, maybe missing leg stump. It's the only thing we can say.
Let's have a look at the replay.
But yes, probably going down leg side.
Probably a bit of inside edge as well.
Probably. Let's look at it again. But it was close though. Wow. Well, I guess it's the judgment is not ours.
Yeah, it is the umpire's decision.
It's the umpire's call. It's again and delivery pitched up and again. Looks rather ungainly in the way he plays. Yeah. Seems a little bit disinterested and then just get it back in line. But again, you find a lot of these things happen with low order batsmen. So survived.
What he is very unorthodox, where his style is different. But he seems to be very competent because he's putting himself in the position, but he's just a little bit late.
Yeah. I think a little bit late. I don't think survival have too much in sports and cricket to do with how you look. In the final analysis, is surviving.
So there we have a look at the replay again.
Yes.
From that LBW shout. Very close decision.
Very close.
But the umpire decision is final. And
I'm sure one of these days we'll have the privilege of seeing ball tracking by the producer will give us that luxury so we can look at the ball tracking and everything as the DRS.
Yeah, most definitely. This one is played
Tucked away.
down to the third man region.
Yeah. So there's 2-2 Jed Joseph.
And he continued to go on.
I don't think our producer has ever promised us anything.
No, I don't think so as well. Remember, I'm pretty much new. So I'm not too sure what the promise would have been. But in regards to DRS and the technology that govern the game, I think in the next year or two,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, knowing the kind of equipment he have and how dedicated he is towards the job, he will get that for us.
Okay. I think the producer wouldn't mind you saying that. You'd like to hear that. So. All right. So.
He's the one who, remember, he's the one who started the live feed.
Okay.
And having people view at home from a very early age.
That's right. Flicked away. Wow, brilliant stop. Yeah, yes. That going past it, was certainly raced away for 4. The stop out there. So another single to Jed. Jed goes to 38. So have to be seen what support now he will get on the other end and whether he can go on to play another innings like Atenes and Benjamin.
But so far, what we've seen, once you get set, you can go on to get some runs.
Big runs on that condition. Edge gone. No, he's put it down. Well, no. Milling us. I mean, and one expects him to gobble that up quite easily. How could he have dropped that? Straight in, straight out. And Milius really... Second chance Milius had dropped in recent time.
Yeah, he dropped Joseph.
Yeah. One of the most experienced players in the team. And Descarte is really putting his hair all into it. All of his experience been coming to bear.
What I can tell you about cricket and about sports, when it's not your day.
It's not your day.
It's just not your day.
Again. He's just finding a way to keep what you say the good ones out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So far he has looked solid, but it's very unorthodox. Descarte is trying his utmost best to see how best he can, see if he can capture another wicket for his team. A chance went a begging, straight in, straight out by Kimani Milius.
Of course, everywhere is the sound of Spice Mass. Notice I didn't say carnival. Yeah.
There is one of the biggest events this evening, any given Sunday, leading up to the carnival.
What is it? I'm lost, you know.
Yeah, it's a more young people.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
young people show.
Oh, right. That's at Progress Park. No.
No, that's at the yacht club.
Oh, the yacht club. Oh, just behind us there.
Yeah, that's.
That's where the music is coming from.
That's one of the biggest show you could find leading up to carnival.
So Descarte has finished his over. He's rather still feeling undone. 218 for 6. Micah Joseph is still not yet off the mark. And Jed Joseph is on 38. Of course, I mentioned Spice Mass and not Carnival. Of course, we no longer celebrate Carnival. Are we? You still hear a lot of it though. You know, people still describe it as Carnival, but of course, you know, Carnival is one festival that ends with Lent. Yeah? Sometimes you need to educate the public, you need to educate people, yeah? So if it doesn't end with Lent, it's not Carnival.
Carnival.
No. So we celebrate Spice Mass, which has
going to be the best mass.
That's what they say. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So there's another single. The start of the next over by Chico. This year there's quite a bit of interest in some of the lyrical content of some of the songs produced, the calypsos, and as the case might be, the soca, if you want to call it that. just the same, I think if somebody comes in now, you can look at the guys on the field and probably wonder who's the captain. You would know, but I mean, somebody may come in here. Who's the captain? The song goes most popular song right now.
Yeah.
Chip really making waves.
Yeah, man.
Tell me who
In charge of the ship.
who in charge of the ship. You know, quite interesting is some of the lyrics. Mm. 219 for 6, 39 to Jed Joseph. Micah Joseph is not yet off the mark. He has faced a few delivery, but of course his job is just to stay there with Jed and make sure they can push this total maybe beyond 250, 260. Close to 300, I think they'll be very happy with. Again, a delivery which he pushes up into the offside. Is Chico again and pushed up there and will get off the mark eventually. Micah Joseph. Again, rather ungainly, pushing one up towards mid-on, but picking up the singer. I think he'll be a little bit more relieved knowing that he has gotten off the mark.
And most importantly.
Yeah. And contributed at least one again to the total. 220. And with every single is building and probably just Amelius there at slip, and the longer he sticks around, I think it will be like a dagger. Oh, flicked away, lovely, off the toes. That's gone towards mid-wicket, wide up mid-wicket. The fielder had a long chase around, they gone for one and has come back for the second. And two more to Jed Joseph. Takes the score on to 222. And to bring up the end of another over by Chico. That's his 11th. He's bowled 11 overs, 2 maidens, 45 runs, 2 wickets. So you have had quite a bit of work in the shortened day today.
Yeah, but he really looked impressive. If you have to, look at the bowlers throughout the day, he would have been one of the highlights in regards to the amount of overs he have bowled and the amount of pace and the pace he would have created throughout the day. I mean, he pretty much looks impressive.
Yeah. So once again, we say a pretty good evening to folks in Dominica, who I'm sure will be following this, and also St. Lucia.
The fans in Grosley.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Grosley and Ancillary. Fisher, you're talking Fisher, Moibel.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those fishing communities of Grosley and Ancillary. It's a big Fish Friday events in those areas. In fact, the concept of Fish Friday in Grenada was born out of, modeled from the Fish Fridays celebrations in those areas, Ancillary and Dennery. And those places, yeah. Gozile, yeah.
So we have a change of bowling from the GBSSN. We have Edwards back from the GBSSN. Strong left-hander. Thus far, he has bowled 6 overs for 33 runs. only taking 1 wicket.
Here he is on his way. This time. It's a really strong defensive shot. They just tucked in behind it and dropped it down in front of him. Micah showing some fight, probably not the most talented of batsmen, but seemed like a real fighter. Of course, cricket is one of the things which really unites the Caribbean. And we pitched up and driven, tempted drive through the offside, which just goes out towards cover. There's no run. Probably Micah now wanting to just push on with things a little bit, getting more and more aggressive. He's on 141 to Jed Joseph, 222 for 6. There's a delivery outside the off stump, and wow, that's strange. Ball went through harmlessly outside the off stump, and there was the field at mid-wicket, appealing loudly to the umpire for what? Maybe you will have to tell me, well, because I didn't see what he was appealing for.
Probably just trying to bring back an energy into the game.
I guess.
To get his team back, because the way St. Lucia looks at the moment, they are pretty bit lackadaisical.
Right.
So I just thought he was trying to bring back a little bit of energy.
Yes.
Some enthusiasm back into his team.
But it's funny things cricketers do on the field, though. Yeah. Score remains on 222 for 6. Pretty quiet period of play. St. Lucia plugging away, and of course Dominica trying to dig in, just stay there. Flicked away through into the onside, and there can be no run. Probably the most competent shot that played by Micah Joseph. Didn't bring him a single though. So at the end of the over, the score remains on 222 for 6. Micah Joseph is 1, Jade Joseph is 41. And the end of the over. It was bowled 7 overs, 1 maiden, 33 runs, 1 wicket.
So we have here comes Chico again.
It's coming off the pad and dropping down on the onside, and the keeper scrambling to pick up. In the meantime, they're going for a single leg by. So extras will move to 11, 223 for 6. Joseph remains on 41. It brings Micah Joseph on 1 into strike. Quite a battle, these two, Joseph and Chico.
Yeah, definitely. So far, Micah is surviving. I mean, he's on 1 of 18 deliveries.
Yes. He'll be one to first to admit that that's what he's there for. full delivery and beated him. So he tried to drive and the ball was probably through him. Full length delivery. Just going for the Yorker. Just a little bit off target there. Robin interested to see if it was straight.
Yeah, but even though he was straight, he wouldn't have been able to get a no ball.
Well, it's a no ball signal by the umpire.
Yes, a no ball signal by the umpire.
Well, it's not.
Chico is probably looking for a little bit of extra effort.
It's not for the first time he has transgressed for the day. Remember earlier he has bowled one from the southern end here. So extras climbs to 12, 224 for 6. And when it's straight, he's locked and very tight in defense.
Definitely.
Place it back up on the onside. Chico goes rather slowly back to his mark. It's quite understandably. He's in his 12th over for the day so far, only punctuated by the tea break. And another good short one. Just flashing across the chest of Micah Joseph, who showed good technique, just leaned backward and allowed it to slide past the chest on its way to be taken by the keeper. So he's showing that he has a little nerve and he probably has a little bit of batting ability. This one edged and dropping just in front of the man at second sleep.
And yet still Micah Joseph survives.
He survives. And even when it goes to hand, he still survives. Yeah. It's a power of luck.
So if you're just joining us here at the Rice and John playing field, Dominica takes on St. Lucia in the Windward Island 3-day tournament. Here comes Chico again.
This time left alone.
What is nice to see though is the consistency of the wicket.
Yeah, of course. It's Tantine. It's just...
Well played again.
Yes, to see when it's on target, it brings out probably the best of him. It pushes back up to the bowler. And I think it must be worrying St. Lucia to a certain extent. Another, it's been a while, and probably would have been expecting to make further inroads after the fall of Benjamin.
But I think what St. Lucia are probably trying to just see out the day and hope that they can come bright and early fresh tomorrow, and see if they can probably run through the Dominica tail. But Jed Joseph and Micah Joseph doesn't seem to be any rabbit to the bat. They continue to apply pressure and keep the St. Lucian out there in the outfield. Play continues here at the Rice and John playing field here in St. George's, Grenada. We had the 3-day tournament, the 3-day Windward Island tournament, and we have Edwards from the GBSSN.
Yes, was left arm wrong, and Delivery left alone. Sliding down the leg side by Jed Joseph. He's on 41, 224 for 6. Micah Joseph in support on 1. I think Micah Joseph would be too perturbed about how many deliveries so far he has faced. Most important thing, he wants to be there probably at the close.
Yeah, and that should be his main objective, at least, trying not to lose any more wickets throughout the evening. I mean, let's go home, regroup, and come back fresh tomorrow. Because what you don't want is to give somebody else an opportunity and you tend to crumble. All right, and I see it so many times, especially within the Caribbean. You give someone an opportunity and the team tends to crumble.
Oh, indeed.
So what we need to do with Dominica, probably need to at least back themselves, try to bat as long as possible, see out the evening, and then hope that they can come back tomorrow and pile some runs onto the board. But I don't think St. Lucia will really like that to happen. So Edwards will be trying to get a wicket here. And for certainty, St. Lucia wouldn't want to bat this evening in regards to the conditions.
Yeah.
So if you're just joining us, Dominica batting 224 for 6. And Edwards coming in. Well played again by Joseph. Straight back past the bowler.
Man, come back tomorrow. Hot one.
Excellent shot, also good temperament. So far he looks good. He was dropped on 9 by Kimani Milius, and now he's continued to put some pressure on, and he's on 41. So every run that scores, Milius will be disappointed in himself, but nevertheless he continues to show good temperament and good skill set. But here comes Edwards again.
Looking to just help it on its way down the leg side, not making contact. He's just too far down the leg side. He rushes into the glove of the wicket keeper. Still 224 for 4. Jed on 41. So he will have at least a half century in mind. And even so, we'll probably really want to go on, even if he gets to that landmark. Drives through the offside. That will run close to the boundary. In fact, once it reaches that area, it will go into the boundary. It does. Through the cover area. One wide outside the off stump. Through the bat at it and pierced the gap. And he went away to the boundary for 4. So he's gone to 45. So
excellent shot there by Joseph.
Yes.
I mean, he would have stamped his authority, gotten closer to the ball as possible, wait, head down, wait forward, and piercing the outfield, and gotten a well-deserved 4.
of course, earlier there were a fielder on the sweeper boundary. Now there's none. I think said what we try again from the GBSSN, left from wrong. Passes the umpire and bowls a delivery. This time on about middle and off, and plays back up the wicket on the onside. There is no run. That's the end of another Edward over. He's bowled 8 overs, 2 maidens, 37 runs, 1 wicket. And Chico so far 12 overs, 2 maidens, 46 runs, 2 wickets. He's the main wicket taker so far. And there'll be probably a change of bowling now. Chico will be given a rest. And a well-deserved rest, maybe we should say. And seems like Micah is asking for a change of bat, so we may see probably a different approach now from him. Yeah. So it would be Micah Joseph to take strike. Still asking, I think, if a new bat was brought out. Still. So the Dominica number 9 will take strike. A powerful man taps away. As a delivery which is a full toss, which he really probably should have done better with.
So we have Eli Box
Eli Box.
from the bakery end to replace Chico. Left arm off spin. But so far, Micah seems to be more comfortable with the spin than the pace.
Delivery which he allows to spin into the gloves if there's any, not much turn, but just allow it to go through to be taken by the keeper. The spinner getting a fairly lot bounce. Went well clear of the top of the stump, comes forward and strokes it back up and towards the bowler. He's a big man, but doesn't seem too inclined to look to hit the skin out of the ball, the coat out of the ball. Here he comes again, short delivery, and he goes back and plays it into the ground, into the short leg fielder, who shows very good reflexes. This time again going forward and allowing it to go through. So I think it's the end of the over. At the end of it, 228 for 6. Micah Joseph is 145 to Jed Joseph. And Jed, again, not really having too much of the strike in recent times. Micah Joseph hasn't found a way to rotate strike at all. He's been on one for quite a while.
What you don't want to starve Jed Joseph too much of the strike to accumulate so many additional pressure and make him, lapse in concentration. We would have seen it happen with Gian in regards to being starved of the strike, and he would have gotten out probably a couple balls after. So let's see how well Jed Joseph can, see off or at least fight off the rest of the remaining overs this evening.
Tariq Edward is seemingly back. So he's back from the GBSS end, and he'll be bowling to Jed Joseph as Edward moves in from the GBSS end to Joseph, who comes forward and pushes it up on the offside. Edward himself goes forward to pick up and goes back to his mark rather merrily, and starts at the top of his mark and begins to move in again to bowl to Joseph, who is edging and going this one, passing the right hand of the fielder. They gone for one. They will be back for the second. They will run pretty close to the boundary too, but will not get there when there's only two. So, but that's ideal for Joseph. He's gone to 47, so nearing that landmark, that 50-run landmark. And Micah remains on one. sweeping down towards backward of square. That will go down towards the man at backward of square. He picks up and they got a single. So this time not probably. He probably would have liked to hit that a lot later and get it maybe finer.
I think what he would have wanted to hit it a little finer, so you can get maximum runs of value. But nevertheless, he moves on to 48, and Micah Joseph comes on to the striker's end.
Looking to just probably push it into a gap on the offside, not making contact.
We must give credit to Edwards as well. He's pitching the ball in the areas and having the batsman wanting to play. You know, being there in two minds whether to play or not.
Yeah, this time just tossing it up to Michael, saying to him, have a go. So before the delivery, he would have adjusted the man down on the backward of square boundary. As he comes in now to bowl to Micah, who's coming forward, and the ball coming off the outer portion of the bat again and running out towards the backward of point area. The fielder at gully sprint back to stop and a single. It was to Micah Joseph, so he's gone to 2. He doubles his score. And but all along still he's just keeping Jade out away from the strike. 232 for 6. That's the latest score here.
Yeah, so far excellent going by the Dominicans. They would have throughout the innings was able to create partnerships, and that is important. You know, creating partnerships throughout cricket, you tend to build pressure, and I think that helped them a lot today in regards to how they were able to go ahead and score 232. They had 4 different partnerships. They had one with Stephan Pascal and Alec Artenes and Gian Benjamin and Jed. So all in all, it was a good showing, good batting showing from them. But we have L-Box at the bakery end. I think that should be the last over of the day.
I'm not sure. We'll see.
Let's hope that Micah can survive. So far, he looks good.
Certainly bent on doing that. Jed, I'm sure, would have liked to probably pick up the 2 runs, get his 50, sleep in peace tonight. Micah is quite a large frame.
Yeah, and the way he built, he should be able to pack a punch.
Yes.
But I think he would have, given, orders, right, how he should play in regards to the nature of the game.
Nice. He's playing for his team, not himself. And again, safely negotiated. A game which is played in such good spirit. Of course, all of these guys are very good friends. Not too long ago, most of them were playing together at different levels, under 19 levels and so on and so forth. So,
yeah, he's just a good ask. He's just a good look in regards to cricket. I mean, the main purpose and goal from this tournament is to select the best guys to represent the Windward Islands.
Of course.
And whenever the Windward Islands play, we want to see the best showing. We want them to represent well. So we just want the best people and the best cricketers to represent the Windwards.
Harry's Edward bowled a delivery is on the back foot and plays it back up the wicket on the onside. Of course, a partnership already of 20 important partnerships down the order.
Yeah, most definitely.
He goes for it and peeling off the other supposed to do it, but that will bring him his 50 for sure. They gone for one, they'll be back for the second, and that's his 50. So a good 50 in the end by the batsman Jed Joseph, and another 50 by a Dominican player, and I don't know if he's aware of it already, but 50 to him, and the partnership continues to go. 22-run partnership. Yeah. So,
excellent 50.
yeah.
I've been given a chance on 9.
Yes.
And capitalized and went ahead and get a 50 of 48 deliveries.
Yes.
88 minutes, 5 fours, no 6s thus far.
Yeah.
You must give him credit.
Indeed, he must.
So I hope he can go ahead and materialize, see up the day, and come back and better tomorrow.
Emilio's there for one, showing safe hands. But most important one, he didn't hold on to it, or two in fact, that he didn't hold on to. $234 for 6. Micah Joseph is on 2. Jed Joseph is on 50. Tariq Edward tosses it up and going for a sweep. And he's gone, he's gone for 50. Probably struck on the full. Well, we'll look at that again, looking to sweep it around and falling just almost in the dying stages, and just as at the time he has gotten to his 50. Looking to sweep. A full toss, you know. And he's gone. And gone for 50. 234 for 7. And it's probably, yeah, just missing a full one.
Yeah, and that's really disappointing.
Yeah.
That's really disappointing.
Tariq Williams Tariq Edward around the wicket. Yes, he'd have had to hit him on the full. And he's gone.
I mean, at this stage in the game, you should at least be trying to see out the evening.
Yeah.
That shot was really not necessary. I mean, it's a full delivery. We understand that we're playing for runs, but the nature of the game, you just got to a 50, and we need to show more temperament and more control in our shot selection. But nevertheless, excellent knock from the young man. Definitely, he should come out with his head held high. Excellent 50.
Yeah, he has given his team a chance. That's something to at least to work with. Despite it was a shortened day, it was a longish. It's a long final session. Probably play will go up to about 6 o'clock. Having lost so much time in the game. But that wicket will certainly ignite the St. Lucian to have gotten a wicket at this stage of the game. So Tariq Edward has picked up his second wicket. He's bowled well during the course of the day, Tariq.
Yeah, most definitely. Whenever he picks up that ball, he always, create a chance, create an opportunity, and have the batsman on ease. But new batsman, Joel Duran.
Yeah, Duran, yeah. Short of a length, and he's on the back foot and just plays it out on the offside. And it seems like the day has ended. But that's it. And, yes. So sad that he had to go just almost at the end of the day.
Yeah, I'm a little bit disappointed. But that's how the game goes.
No, in fact, it's not. We thought it was the end of the day, but no. I want to believe I don't know the conditions are, but I think we probably will go on. It's still bright and we've lost some time, so maybe we'll go on till about 6 o'clock.
Yeah, due to the late start, I think the umpires probably would have made a decision to get as much over as possible
yes.
in regards to the lighting.
Yeah, that final session will be a pretty long one. The box, Ellie box brings. Wonder if now Micah Joseph will change his approach. I don't think so. He's on 2. And turns this one away down on the onside and picks up his 3rd run. So 235 for 7. Durand, who is a knot, will take strike. Here's Eddie Box on the back foot. He goes and forces it up. Probably hitting it a lot firmer. The ball carrying a little way bit in the air. And as that, you see they feel that extra cover just inching a little closer. So off the back foot and steers it out towards point. There is no run. $235 for 7. There is the box goal and hit a big hit down over long on. Well, it goes for 4-6. It goes all the way. That's a bold shot.
Yeah,
a little man coming in at number what? Number 9. And that's what I'm saying. I wonder whether Marshall, whether Micah would have been the one to execute a stroke like that. But it was there. It was in the slot. There was nobody on the boundary, so it was a pretty safe shot. In fact, even if there was, he would not have been able to catch it because it's gone well over the boundary for 6.
Yeah, excellent shot there by the young man.
So
pretty much confident that he would have been able to even attempt that shot being in that stage of the game.
Again, Durand off the back foot and plays it up on the offside. So 241 for 7. All those are very, very important runs.
Valuable runs in context of the game.
Indeed, it is. So let's see how Micah Joseph will approach it. And he comes forward and pushes it up on the offside. I think Tyreek Edward will be a different proposition, I think, for both men out there. She comes in again around the wicket bowls and plays up again back towards the bowler on the onside of the wicket, Melius, who is at a very short made on straight, almost on, does the fielding. And Micah coming forward and playing it with a pretty dead bat, just pushes it out on the onside. The ball, in fact, rolling back towards the wicket keeper. 241 for 7. Short and smashes that and finally gets one out towards the boundary and into the boundary for 4. A slight fumble there, a slight misfeeling there by the fieldsman. But Micah Joseph has registered his first boundary.
Yeah.
So he goes to 7. And he total 245 for 7.
Yeah, long overdue boundary. I mean,
Yes.
he faced 45 deliveries.
Yes.
He got a shot ball outside the off stump and he just racked back and dispatched it to the boundary for 4.
Yeah.
the fielder had to take evasive action as well.
Was a smart. Oh, there could be trouble there, but not well fielded at all. There was a little bit of fumble, a little stutter by Durant. Probably just not quite getting the traction to leave as soon as he thought. But in the end, it was a good single. Put the fielders under some pressure. So he goes to it. Durant is back on strike. Who caught up the mark with that magnificent 6. It for Tyke Edward again, tosses it up and Stemi just steered it straight into the hands of the man at sleep. Easy. Yes, you know, after playing such a beautiful shot for 6 to go that way. Yeah, so it's the wicket number 8, that's Joel Durand, was caught at sleep of the bowling of Tyke Edward. Tyke has what now? 3 wickets, 3 for 39. Yeah. As we look at the dismissal again. Around the wicket and just steered it straight into the hands of the man at sleep. But again, these are low order batsmen. So they're 8 down and probably they could be bowled out this evening.
Well, when you look at the nature, that's the importance of staying there and trying to bat as long as possible, because you could never tell when you give someone an opportunity whether or not you're gonna materialize and make the best of it. Alright. So when you look back at Jed Joseph in regards to the shot he would have played, you know, he must be disappointed, you know, in exposing his partners at that late stage. So the new batsman is Gillan Tyson, Windward Island specialist, contracted cricketer by the Windward Island Volcanoes. He's no stranger to the game. He's no stranger with the bat as well. Can hit a long ball. So let's see his approach. Let's see what his tactics will be.
Tyson must be one of the players who is very much on the fringe. One of the fringe players in terms of national senior West Indies selection.
Yes, he was selected for the West Indies A team.
Yes.
A while back. He had a good regional tournament.
Micah Joseph continued to fight on though. He's defended doggedly since he came to the crease.
Here comes the live box again. Short delivery, push it into short mid-wicket. So far it's been a very much balanced encounter by the both sides. No form of domination by any team.
Probably he was struck in that area where sure many of us would have held a bat, would have been struck many a times. Not a good feeling at all. Yeah, struck in that area. So Jaden and the box just darting them in. Wondering if he shouldn't just throw some up to Tyson, see, to Joseph, see what he will do.
Yeah, but Joseph's mind seems to be set in one particular direction that he's going to forward since before the bowler even decided to deliver the ball. But so far, he's there.
The umpire saying, well, it's 3 minutes to 6. Yeah. is pick the bales off the you see. Says there's one more. Get the feeling that you were on the verge of picking the bales. And well, what happened? What happened? Oh, you were struck in the box, in fact. You remember? Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
So probably just getting the after effects of the blow.
Yeah. So you definitely need some attention.
Yes, indeed. It's not a pleasant place at all to be struck.
So guys, if you're just joining us, we're here at the Rice St. John playing field in St. George's, Grenada. Dominica is taking on St. Lucia in the regional 3-day tournament held right here in the Isle of Spice. Dominica would have won the toss and selected to bat. They would have accumulated 246 for 8 in 61 overs. Top scoring thus far, we have Alec Atenes, 64 of 85 deliveries, 149 minutes, 9 fours and 1 6. We also have Joven Benjamin, would have gotten 55 of 79 deliveries, 105 minutes, 7 fours, 2 6s. And we have Jed Joseph, would have gotten 50 of 51 deliveries, 89 minutes, 5 fours, no 6s. The pick of the bowlers for St. Lucia, we'll have Tariq Edwards, 10 overs, 39 runs, 3 wickets. Also, we would have Chico, 12 overs, 46, considering 46 runs, 2 wickets, and a wicket apiece for Lee John and Edwards.
Yes, so we've come to the end of the day's play. As we see Micah Joseph rather laboring to get off the field after being struck, and certainly there would have been no play, no time left after treatment, so the umpires has called it a day. However, despite it's been a shortened day, it's been a good day, you could say. Since they came back on, it's been pretty good cricket. There's 246 for 8, which is probably not a huge total, but probably one that they can really try to fight with, And all in all, it's been a pretty good day. So we'll see what tomorrow brings.
Yeah, definitely. It's been an excellent day of cricket, and the both teams would have very much put their best foot forward. We have 2 more days to go. There is a lot to offer in 2 days of cricket. So let's hope that the guys can come out and give us another exciting day of cricket tomorrow.
Yes, and let's hope you will join us as we say goodbye from the Roy St. John playing field.